waiting for one more person, but they're not involved in the first case. So I think we'll make a start. I'm Councillor Tom Bennett. I'm one of the Vice Chairman of the Planning Applications Committee, and I'll be chairing tonight's meeting. To my right are my fellow councillors, and it'll be the five of us making their decisions on the applications here tonight. I'll let them introduce themselves, starting at the end.
Councillor Kasim Ali from Delgado Ward.
Councillor Hamish Adouri on Earls Court Ward.
Janet Evans from Courtfield Ward.
Councillor Aryan Areti of Holham Ward.
Thank you. And to my left are the officers who will be presenting the cases and also offering us advice. The officer team is led this evening by Katie Hurrell, who's sitting to my immediate left. And as and when other officers need to speak, I will introduce them. We have no apologies for absence this evening. Does anyone have any declarations? Yes, Hamish.
Yes, I just wanted to note that two of the agenda items tonight are in my ward, Earls Court, so agenda items 8 and 10, but I haven't had any kind of involvement in the applications or expressed anything publicly. I also know the objector, Norman Frohman, for agenda number 8, but haven't discussed the case with him.
Yeah, no problem. And just so everyone's clear, it's as sort of active councillors in the borough, it's quite normal that we might know someone or get cases in our ward, but that in itself is not a reason to recuse yourself as long as you haven't discussed it and you're able to make an objective decision. I have a declaration regarding 103 Lansdowne, which is the first item on the agenda tonight, because Scarsdale, which was first, has been withdrawn. So it's a slightly unusual situation, so I'll just explain it quickly. I was invited by a member of the Garden Square Committee there to do a site visit over the weekend, which is relatively normal. We are often encouraged to attend site visits. I got advice on whether that was appropriate to go. I was advised it was appropriate. There were emails sent over the weekend from the applicant raising questions about that. I spoke again to officers on Monday who said that having reflected further on it over the weekend and read the further emails, out of an abundance of caution, they advised that I recuse myself, and that was in part because the applicant wasn't present at that meeting. So yeah, that's long and short of it. I'll be recusing myself from 103 Lansdowne, which is the first case. Councillor Evans will be taking the chair for that case. Minutes from the last meeting. Are members happy that I sign off the last, if I can find a pen, otherwise I can't sign anything off.
Agreed.
Here we go. Members happy I sign off the minutes from the last meeting. Thank you. Right, before we start, I'll just quickly indicate the order that we'll hear the cases in tonight. We'll be starting, as I say, with 103 Lansdowne Road. Second case will be 15 Ladbroke Road. Third case, 9 Gertrude Street. Rutland Muse has been withdrawn. The next case, 25 Queensgate Muse. Then the Public Library on Old Brompton Road, then 60 Philbeach Gardens, then 40 Hillgate Place, and finally 23 to 25 Pennywern Road. I'll also just say, to remind people, we've got quite a full agenda tonight, and we will take as long as it takes, but we'll try to get through it in reasonably good time. We do always ask that both applicants and objectors get 3 minutes unless there's a special reason to give additional time, which I will say on the given case, but 3 minutes. And if there's more than one objector or more than one applicant, you do have to share that time. And I have to be, and it always looks rude, and I really don't mean it that way, I have to be quite strict at cutting you off at the end of 3 minutes. I might let you finish your sentence, because if I don't, then there can be procedural issues. So it's I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just got to stick to the procedure. So if you can stick to 3 minutes, That's really helpful. Right, I think that's it. So I now need to recuse myself because the first case is 103 Lansdowne, so I'll be letting Councillor Evans take the chair.
Good evening, everyone. Are we all in position? We'll be starting with the objectors, correct? Oh, no, the officers make their presentation, sorry.
Thank you. I will be presenting 103 Lansdowne Road this evening. I would like to draw your attention to the addendum, amended condition 3, which requested the materials to be timber painted doors, and also amended plans showing the correct rear elevation of the neighboring properties, number 101. Also, we have received an additional objection from Ladbroke Association. Unfortunately, it came late through the system and it wasn't attached to the addendum, but I believe the objection is now in front of you to consider as part of this evening. So this application is seeking planning permission for a single-story rear extension. This is the site location plan. The application site is a 5-story dwelling house. The property backs onto the Rosemead Gardens, which is a Grade 2 listed. The garden and the building are within the Ladbroke Conservation Area. This is the photographs of the application site. On the left-hand side is the yellow painted property. In the middle is the littered house, and on the right-hand side is the application site and the neighboring property at 101. There's some other photographs of the application site from the communal garden. The one on the left-hand side showing the entrance to the garden, and the photograph on the right-hand side shows the views from within the garden. There are some other photographs from within the garden of the application site, which is the yellow property, and the neighboring property 101 is the blue property. That photograph shows the existing extension at number 115. On the left-hand side, where you can see the closed view of it, and on the right-hand side is the view from within the garden. This is the existing canted bay extensions along the terrace. This slide shows the rear additions along Lansdowne Road, with the extension to 115 on the left-hand side, and the existing bay extension from number 95 to 83 and 79 on the right-hand side. There are no other extensions along the side of the terrace. However, as you can see from the middle plan, there are some properties undergone some alterations, mostly in terms of the replacement doors and windows within the lower ground floor level. This is the existing and proposed front elevation. There are no alterations proposed as part of this application. The existing floor plans, the lower ground floor level, and first floor level. The existing second floor, third floor, and the roof. The proposed floor plan showing the proposed extension. The proposed sections also showing the extension, and the existing and proposed rear elevation. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have the agent is Thomas Croft and Michael Becker. Are you speaking for both of you?
We are sharing our time.
Okay, so three.
We are not the agent.
1.5 minutes each.
We are the objectors.
You are the objectors.
And we're
okay.
splitting it I'll take 2.5 minutes. He takes the last 30 seconds.
Okay. If you could speak into the mic, that would really help
Sure.
us. Thank you.
Sure. The previous officer's report supporting this application was almost entirely based on the presumed existence of a similar extension on the next door property at number 101 Lansdowne, where I live. The fact is, planning for that extension was refused in 2012. The planning officers at the time rightly pointed out the architectural importance of the terrace and its setting within the listed communal garden, and the architectural unity of numbers 99, 101, and 103 in particular. The near identical flat rear facades each have a large and a small opening at ground floor level. Development was restricted to marginally enlarging one opening in the existing facade to preserve the character and appearance of the terrace and its setting. Nothing has changed since then, and nothing in the revised officer's report justifies why an identical extension in an identical location should now be allowed. The revised report still asserts there are several full-width extensions in this terrace. This is not true. There are no full-width extensions anywhere in the terrace. The Conservation and Design Officer, who has objected to the proposed development, concurs, and I quote, "This would be the first modern extension in the group, and the modern design would detract from the elegant, vertically proportioned garden frontages." This development in its own right would contravene several policies of the local plan, but I know of at least 2 households who will want to replicate this extension, further damaging the character and the appearance of the terrace and the listed gardens. In conclusion, I know that this has been a torturous process for the applicants, but what should prevail is the consistent application of planning policy. The proposed development does not comply with the relevant policies in the same way as the previously refused extension at the neighboring property was deemed not to. Therefore, I appeal to this committee to also disallow this development.
My name is Thomas Croft. I'm a committee member for the Ladbroke Association and an architect, and we're here to support the objector. In our conservation areas like the Ladbroke Estate were established precisely to prevent this kind of slow drip of small changes, which have, when you add them up, have a very negative effect on the whole conservation area. And we thoroughly support the Council's own Conservation Officer's recommendation for refusal, and he seems to totally understand that. So for us, this is a dangerous precedent which we would like to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lucy Wood? Thank you. I'll tell you, you have 3 minutes and start.
So I'm speaking as project architect in support of this application on behalf of my client who seeks to very modestly improve this property for his young family. The application has been recommended for approval and as such is considered to comply with all applicable planning policies and supplementary guidance. Level 3 pre-application advice was sought and we revised the proposals in accordance with all of those recommendations. And following further discussions with the Royal Borough and the Ladbroke Association, we've further adjusted the proposals to accommodate the request for timber windows rather than aluminium frame windows. Contrary to the objector's comments, things have moved on since 2012. Rear extensions here have become over time part of the character of this terrace. Numbers 85, 87, 89, 91, 93, 95, and 115, 40% of the properties on this stretch of Lansdowne Road, have extensions of one type or another. Now, while some of these are historic, the applicable planning policy, CL9, doesn't differentiate between historic and modern extensions. It's rather focusing on respecting the rhythm of the terrace that these proposals do. As noted in the officer's report, the Royal Borough considered these proposals to be comparable to the extension at 115 Lansdowne Road, which was considered under the same policies that we're discussing tonight and was approved in 2016. The extension is 2.1 metres deep, a very, very modest extension, single storey to the rear of the property, employing high quality materials, a high quality design, and finishes that reflect the character of the existing building, with painted rendered elevations and a parapet to reflect the property's original Dutch gable. We believe the extension to be discreet in its own right. However, in addition, the extension is screened, as you saw from the photographs, from the communal gardens by layers of evergreen planting, both within the applicant's garden and beyond. And if Kensington and Chelsea were minded to approve the application, a condition could be imposed requiring the approval of a landscaping scheme to introduce further additional layers of evergreen planting at the boundary to further screen the extension from view if that was felt necessary. So having addressed...
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, I'm done anyway. I hope you're reassured by these proposals. They've been designed in a sensitive manner and are seen as a high-quality, modest addition to the conservation area.
Now we'll take questions for the objector and the applicant. Kasim?
I have two questions, Madam Chair. One for the objector and one for the proposer or the agent. I will start with the objector first. As we've just heard, there were other properties that has been approved and granted. Why would this be dissimilar, or what would be dissimilar from what has already been done by almost 40% from the local area? Isn't it unfair to be rejected for one and others have it?
So the extensions that are referenced here are often 100 years old. They are bay windows. They are not at all box extended on the lower ground floors. They're very, very different. So as your conservation officer has already pointed out, there are no extensions of this type on this terrace. And this one would set an incredibly dangerous precedent and would forever alter the fabric of this historical Grade 2 listed garden. That's the concern here.
Thank you to the objector, to the agents. Yes, I have read the conservation and the design officer and what they have said and the changes that it can cause. For you, as the agent, you've mentioned the plants and can be concealed and the property and the extension you proposed. However, the plants can die or can be removed. It's not based on an application. We have to take face value. If we remove the plants itself, will that be acceptable to you, or do you think will be acceptable to the neighbors and the residents, removing the plants which can be removed or can die out in the long term?
Absolutely. I think that the extension is modest and discreet in its own right. Obviously, the communal garden and the protection of the plants within the communal garden, and particularly for this property that has a very, very mature planting bed right directly in front of it, that's always going to be protected and looked after by Kensington and Chelsea, so will always in some form be there. But regardless of that, the extension is so modest that if there were no planting, I still think that it's proportionate, subordinate, and appropriate for this building. And I think it has to be, this application has to be assessed on its own merits. I don't think we can talk about whether or not it sets a dangerous precedent for the future. I think we have to look at this site on its own merits, where it sits within this terrace, where it bookends the Lydiard House side of this section of the terrace, and say that it's, in that respect, to a certain degree, end of terrace, and can work quite well with what's happening at the other end of the terrace, as you can see from the top right-hand side of this image.
Councillor Aretti?
Thank you, Chair. Question to your objectors, either Mr. Croft or Mr. Baker could answer. It's just an extension to what Councillor Ali just asked. So you're not worried about the rear extension, but you're worried about the design and the aesthetics of the conservation area?
I'm very worried about the rear extension in itself, because it is in a dominant position in the center of the terrace of the garden, and therefore in itself it is an extension that doesn't exist anywhere else, and in itself would therefore be an aberration. It would be distracting or detracting from the vertically orientated facades and the symmetry that exists in the current buildings. It would be destroy symmetry between particularly 99, 101 and 103, but it also would be the first and only extension in an entire terrace that has been protected so carefully by this council over the years, because these type of extensions have simply been refused on all the grounds that I've pointed out to you.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up, Chairman. Yes. Any counter answer to that, agent, please? Thanks.
That we have the extension at 115. That was approved in 2016 under these exact same policies. That is a monopitch extension with alien materials, which is completely at odds to what's happening in this terrace. The extension, as we've designed it, is low profile, matching the materials. And the aim is that from the garden, as you saw from those photographs, you're barely going to read it from perspectival when you're standing on the other side of the garden. You're not going to even be able to read the depth. It's 2.1 meters deep. Smaller than from me to you, maybe by a third.
Councillor Durian, do you have any questions? No. I have a question to the objectors. Do you feel, aside from the design, that it's a quality project?
No, I would not consider it a quality project if it is a square box standard square box extension on a historical 150-year-old facade. So no, I don't think it meets quality thresholds.
Thank you. And may I ask the agent, please, why did you decide on a modern design in this area?
We don't see this as a modern design. We're taking all of our cues from the existing building. This photograph demonstrates it would be painted yellow to match the rest of the property. It will have white timber painted windows, which actually you won't even be able to see from the garden. It will have the same contrasting white painted render band at the parapet height, which matches the detail that's picked out further up the building. So we can't pickle these buildings in aspect. Modern families need additional space, but it's been done in a very discreet, sensitive way. The extension that was approved in 2016 at 115, that's a modern extension, a monopitch roof, zinc, with full glazing, and we've particularly not gone down that route to be respectful.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any more questions? No? Yes, we'd like to have now move to questions of the officers. Councillor Aretti, you have a question for the officers?
Yeah, thank you. I'm slightly confused with this because I can see from the report, it clearly says that 115 has an extension and 101 has a similar sort of windows timber. So could you clarify on that, please? With the existing 103 design equating to 115 in terms of the structure and 111 with the windows. Could you elaborate a little bit, please? Because I can understand the objective was clear. Although I read all the comments that you specified, but I'm still unclear about that thing. Thanks.
Sorry, it's just so I understand. So you want me to explain the difference between 115? Yeah. So the extension 115 is slightly narrower and shallower than the proposed extension and features a monopitched roof rather than a flat roof as number 103. But as part of the officer's report, the flat roof would be acceptable, and this as well with the design of the extension being the render side walls of the extension and have a timber traditional doors. On balance, it was recommended they would not harm the character and appearance of the conservation area. And there would be different in terms of the design, but due to the visibility from within the garden, it wasn't, the officers recommended an approval.
Thank you.
Councillor Kasim?
Thank you. My question, and I've read the Conservation and Design Officer's report and the objections that he has shown. What I would like to know is, if we were to grant this application, how unprecedented will be for conservation area, and what will be the consequence for others to do the same extension or to ask for the same extension, and the impact it may have on the communal area of the garden?
So as the officers, we have to take each application on its own merits. There are extensions within that terrace. This might be the first of this particular design, but the proposed extension would not on balance have a great enough visual impact from within the communal gardens due to its existing planting and its visibility. I can't really answer in terms of the precedent for the future because we make the assessment case by case.
I have a follow-up question to that. Yes, I understand you cannot focus on the future, but we can talk about the past. For the last, as the objector mentioned, for the last 100 years, nothing similar has been done. Can you clarify for that? Is there any similar extension has been done for the last 100 years in that conservation area?
Yes, so the extension 115, which is the extension on the left-hand side on this slide, has been granted planning permission in 2015, and that is a little bit smaller and shallower extension, but it has been granted within the same terrace.
I'd like to ask, were you satisfied that the applicant indulged in or engaged in adequate consultation with the neighbors?
I don't have this information, but as part of the planning application, we would consult the neighboring properties, and we have received a lot of comments from the residents and from the Residents Association.
Thank you. Any more questions from the committee? Shall we move to vote? Yep. Would anyone like to make any comments? It's a tricky one, this. That's rare that councillors don't want to speak, so. Would we consider any conditions?
I don't think we should just move to vote on this because I think everyone made up their mind, or at least I've made up my mind, and for the conservation area and the report based on the design and unprecedented it could cause, I think I know where I'm going to vote on this.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know where I'm going to vote on this. So if you move to vote, then I will express my
Okay.
view on that.
Yeah.
If councillors are ready, if councillors feel in a position that they are ready to vote, then yes, and then
Okay.
depending on the outcome of that vote.
Does anyone want to suggest any conditions, or do you want to go straight to a vote? Straight to a vote? Okay, Councillor Ali?
Based on what I have read and the application and the comments that I have heard from, we cannot, I think at least we should not grant application form on plant-based, which can die out and can be removed, and the communal impact and the conservation area. So I would I would vote not to grant this application form.
Thank you. Councillor Adurian?
Yes, again, based on, I've heard everything that both the agent and the objectors have said, and based on the report and on balance, I would also vote against their recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Aretti?
Thanks, Chairman. I think quite sympathetic to the objectors, but the visibility of the roof is not that open, that visible, so I would go for the applicant.
You will vote for?
For the applicant, yeah.
For the
Thanks.
And I will vote against due to the reasons of conservation. Thank you. 3-1.
So what we will now need to do is discuss with you.
The button says do not press. You just need to press that one.
So you will now need to decide on a reason for refusal. You might want to refer to officers just to help you with that reason for refusal, just to ensure that we capture everything that you would like to cover in that reason.
I think that's a good idea. Would the officers like to suggest how we would stipulate that?
So from the key points of the discussion, I believe, is the visibility of the extension and its size and scale. So I would advise that the reason for refusal could be due to the visibility, size and scale of the extension. The less than substantial harm would be caused to the character and appearance of the building, terrace and the conservation area. And there are no public benefits that would outweigh that harm.
Is the committee happy with that? Councillor?
Yes, also, I think I would probably phrase it a little bit differently. I would talk about the integrity of the building and the, the series of buildings, but that's fine as well.
Can you incorporate that? Thank you. Councillor Oretti, you're for? Yes.
I'm not counted. Can I propose to that? And hopefully we'll have a second and then we'll move on. Yeah, I'm happy to propose to that. Thank you.
So we've had the resolution to refuse with the reason for refusal, Julia outlined for you there. We just need someone to second. And now you need to take the vote on that resolution to refuse with that reason for refusal.
Okay. Can we vote on the reason for refusal? Yes?
In favour.
Fair on that.
Yes. Thank you.
That's fine. So Planning Commission is refused for the reasons detailed.
Yes. So this application is refused for the reasons of conservation and the integrity of the building. Thank you very much.
Right, the next case is 15 Ladbroke Road. Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you. This application is for a mid-terrace house located on the south side of Ladbroke Road, and planning permission is sought for a basement and for various alterations to the house. These photographs show both the front of the house and then the rear of the property, with the arrows indicating the application property. Planning permission was granted in 2019 for extensions to the rear of this house, and these have been built, as you can see in that photograph of the rear. Planning permission is sought for a basement. This would be located under the footprint of the house and under part of the front and rear gardens. The basement would contain a gym room to the front of the property with a swimming pool in the rest of the space. Beside the pool itself would be a plant area, which would be a crawl space and accessed for maintenance, and that is indicated on the Undercroft plan. The basement would be lit by roof lights, which would be located at lower ground floor level. To the front, this roof light would be located within the front light well to minimise the visibility, and with the roof light to the rear within the rear gardens. Alterations are also proposed to the lower ground floor of the house, involving the installation of new doors within the rear. Landscaping works are proposed to the gardens, along with an air conditioning unit, which is indicated on the proposed ground floor plan at the rear of the garden. That would be contained within an acoustic enclosure. The other changes to the house comprise alterations to roof lights. At first floor level, a roof light would be repositioned slightly, and at second floor level, 3 new roof lights are proposed to the side, as indicated on the drawing. And then at roof level, it is proposed to reconfigure a rear roof light. The submitted drawings also show a roof light to the front roof slope. However, you will note that it is recommended that this front roof light is not permitted, and condition 18 would remove this. To show you the rear, this proposed rear elevation shows the changes to the doors at lower ground floor level, and also the changed window design to the new window at roof level. Just returning to the basement, and this is a section of the basement to show the proposed depth of the basement. So I have put some figures on there. The basement room in itself would be 2.9 metres in height. That would reduce to 2.2 metres in height where it is underneath the rear garden, because of course you have the 1 metre soil depth, which would reduce that floor to ceiling height. And then the basement also includes the depth of the swimming pool itself. That swimming pool would be 1.5 metres deep. And then there is also obviously the undercroft room containing the plant and equipment used to service the pool, which would be a depth of 1.1 metres. And this gives a total floor to ceiling height marked in on red on the drawing of 4.8 metres. This is the other section, the other way, the short section through, and I've included that just to explain a little bit about the depth of the floor build-up, because I know that this is something that was obviously picked up and commented upon in the letters of objection. The floor build-up is shown as approximately 1 metre in total. Just to explain that, that comprises the overall concrete slab for the basement as a whole, which would be between 300 and 450 millimetres deep, but it also includes floor build-up for waterproofing, drainage, insulation, screed and floor finish. And above that is the slab of the pool itself, which is separate to the overall basement slab, concrete slab. And then finally, just to conclude, this is a plan which colours in the areas of the garden which would be excavated, to just show that the proposed basement would not exceed a maximum of 50% of each garden. And that's, I think, is all I need to say by means of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Right, we have a small cohort of people registered to speak, both for and against this application. I'll just read out who the people are, so because I'm afraid anyone who's not registered to speak isn't able to. If you are registered, of course, you're not obliged to, but you are able to, but objectors need to coordinate between themselves the timings. On the objector side, we've got Amanda Brodie, Fabio Ganza, Joanna Everett, Thomas Croft, Pierre Moratil, and Councillor Doris Schmetterling. And on the, well, I think the applicants know who is registered to speak. In terms of timing on this, because we've got Councillor Schmetterling speaking, the way it works is councillors get 2 minutes to speak. So Councillor Schmetterling will have 2 minutes. The rest of the objectors still get their 3 minutes shared. And then that means that the applicant side gets a total of 5 minutes to make sure it's an even amount of time. Sorry, just let me get my stopwatch out very quickly. So starting with the objectors, you have, well, Councillor Schmetterling, would you like to speak first, or would you like, okay, starting with the objectors, 3 minutes to speak, whenever you're ready.
Ready. Good evening, Councillor. My name is Fabio Ganza and I live with my family of 4 in the adjoining property. We all work from home and my son is studying A-level. We are tax-paying British citizens and we ask you to review in details plan and dimension of this vanity project presented by an offshore resident. For the last 2 years, the applicant has fully demolished, lowered the lower ground floor level, added an extension and is rebuilding the interiors. The noise, vibration, repairs of damages caused to my property have produced an immense toll on our family well-being. Now, instead of finishing the major and very long works, he's applying for an additional project that will excavate more than 8 meters below the relevant ground level and 7 meters below the current lower ground floor to accommodate a pool and jacuzzi. It is exceeding the 50% permitted extent for the basement extension below the back garden as well. I would ask you to fully review the non-compliant dimension of this project and refuse it.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Amanda Brodie and I'm a planning solicitor at Russell Cook and I'm speaking against the proposed scheme. You should have received my briefing note setting out why the proposal doesn't comply with your detailed basement policy and why permission should be refused. I would like to focus on 2 of the points set out in that note. Number 1, is less than 50% of the garden being developed? Policy CL7 defines basement development as extension of 1 or more stories below the prevailing ground level. The application site has already been extended at the rear at lower ground level. Therefore, by our calculation, when you take into account previously implemented consents, the basement extension amounts to 60% of the rear garden, which exceeds the 50% policy limit. The officer does not address this gradual crawl of basement extensions, what your local plan states must be avoided. I'd welcome the opportunity of sharing my calculations with you if you consider this appropriate, noting the officer has not included any such calculations in her report. Number 2, depth of basement. The proposal description is for a single-storey basement. The officer has acknowledged in her report that the basement depth is, and I quote, technically policy non-compliant. I would urge the committee to review the existing and proposed sections because the latter shows the basement being 6.7 metres. From a layperson's point of view, this is way in excess of the 3 to 4 metres set out in your local plan. I'm sure this committee has granted numerous single-storey basement extensions accommodating a swimming pool of between 3 and 4 metres total depth. We do not understand why this basement is 6.7 metres deep, which by anyone's calculation is 2 stories, regardless of how it is structurally composed. For the reasons above, and those set out in the briefing note in our objection letter, the application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My basic objection is that it is unclear as to whether the basement extension meets the local plan guidelines or not. There are contradictory drawings, and I posit the two drawings put up there are misleading and inadequate to explain what's going on. Have the advisors given the applicants good advice? I have to ask myself how it came about that it needed pre-application advice for the architect to revise the drawings to shrink the undercroft for the swimming pool plant. Why wasn't it like that in the first place? If we take the architect's drawing, and I'm happy to explore what I mean in the questions, why I say this is misleading what we've seen, we can see a massive, in effect, two-story basement in clear violation of our basement policy. 7 meters from the existing lower ground level to the bottom of the pool. Even with some allowance for the swimming pool, this strikes me as being, to put it politely, excessive. And the basement demanded under this planning application exceeds the allowed area beneath gardens, whichever way you look at it, even with the front garden area included. Again, happy to explore in the questions. As regards the front roof light, it would be visible from the street, and so would be out of keeping, and I think the officer suggested it should be refused. Finally, while it isn't strictly a planning matter nor a mandatory requirement, but is recommended good practice, I do ask myself why the applicant has not bothered to engage with the neighbours when he presumably is aware of the immense disturbance the previous ongoing and planned construction work is causing. I urge you to refuse this planning application. At the very least, please defer it until it is plain what the applicant is seeking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmetterling. So now the applicant has up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Chairman, councillors, officers, and everyone joining us here and online. My name is Victoria Saveka. I'm the planning consultant on this project and will be speaking on behalf of applicant Ms. Katrin Echtering. Joining me here today is our architect, Ronaldo Rustico, who will be able to answer any of your queries on design and construction. This application seeks consent for a single-story basement extension to an existing family house. This will provide an additional usable living area and a swimming pool. In preparing the scheme, Ms. Echtering has assembled an entirely new team of highly qualified design and engineering specialists who have over 30 years of experience in constructing basements with pools in London and further afield. This is not a speculative development. Great care has been taken in preparing this scheme that accords with planning, building, fire and environmental regulations and can progress to construction promptly. In doing so, Ms. Echtering has followed the proper process. First, the site surveys were undertaken, including noise, soil sampling, and laboratory testing by qualified and chartered specialists in accordance with British standards. These informed the development of the design. Then applicant engaged the council in pre-application discussions. All pre-application advice was taken on board, including minimized scale of the proposed basement. The applicant has also agreed, as mentioned during the determination of the application, that the front roof light will not form part of the proposed development. For avoidance of any doubt, the extension does not extend further than 50% of each part of the site and is for single-story basement only. The plant area provided in the undercroft is no deeper than the basement slab. Location of the plant at the same level as the pool is an efficient and typical arrangement that has been previously approved by the council at 42 Ovington Square in 2019 and other sites. The undercroft is a crawl space and the resultant overall height cannot be subdivided further into usable space. We note concerns have been raised regarding the depth and concrete slab and the basement. As clarified to the planning officers, the proposed drawings are for planning purposes only, therefore the walls are shown with a single thickness. Notwithstanding this, the officers have been provided with the details of the ceiling, wall and floor build-ups prior to this evening's committee. The proposed internal ceiling height is 2.9 meters. Swimming pool is 1.5 meters deep. This equates to 4.4 internal head height. A concrete slab is between 30 to 45 centimeters deep. Ceiling and floor build-up, including ventilation, waterproofing, and insulation, are both 0.64 meters. As the pool sits within the basement retaining walls, similarly to how bathtub sits within a bathroom, the build-ups are thicker in this area. This method of construction and proposed build-ups are entirely appropriate and standard for basement development in accordance with building, health and safety regulations. The overall extent of the excavation below the existing lower ground floor slab would be 6.2 meters. This again has been considered acceptable by the Council and this committee when determining applications for basement extensions with a pool to single dwelling houses. Just to name a few, a consent was granted on 9th of December last year at 20 Gilston Road with total excavation of 6.5 to 7 meters. At 48 Fillmore Gardens, consent was granted on the 5th of October last year with a total excavation of 6.4 meters. And at 6 The Boltons, consent was granted in 2019 with a total excavation of 6.2 meters. Our proposed basement extension is of a smaller size than these three and others. As such, we would urge the councillors to ensure the decision made here today is in accordance with paragraph 47 of the NPPF and takes into account not only development plan policies, but also other material considerations to ensure consistency in the decision-making process. Turning to the palms, Council's tree officer has been satisfied that the proposal would not harm any trees. Turning to construction, the applicant will follow Council's Code of Construction Practice, appoint a contractor that's member of considered constructors scheme, and will undertake further consultation that will inform final construction traffic management plan. There will be also monitoring of electronic monitoring of stability of the neighboring buildings as part of our basement construction method statement that was discussed. Considering all of the above, the proposed basement extension will be appropriately sized, will preserve character and appearance of conservation area, will not harm trees, and air conditioning plant will not exceed background noise levels. Therefore, I trust that the councillors will review this application and recommend it is granted properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, questions to the objectors or applicant. Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chair. One question and one comment, really, to Mr. Ganser and Ms. Brody. Basically on the point that Ms. Brody just raised about CL7 policy, about the basement, 50%. I just want to get clarity, because I've been dealing with basement applications in my previous sitting, so I just want to get clarity on the 50%, because that, I don't think that's measured from, say, from the, I think it's measured from the starting point, which is, anyway, we get clarity from the officer. And the question that I have is your objection against the basement, or is your objection exceeding 50%?
I'm just going to add to that question, if I may. I think part of what Councillor Oretti is asking about is the existing basement development you referred to. Is that lower ground floor? Because there's often a lot of debate on this committee as to what is a basement, and it's not as binary as you would think. So is part of, you said that there's some existing basement development, and when added to it becomes above 50%. Correct me if I've mischaracterised your views. So is it lower ground floor that you're referring to as basement?
In this instance, yes, Chairman. In referring to policy CL7, and it would have been useful to have maybe some calculations for the sort of 50% calculation in the committee report. But the supporting text of CL7 at paragraph 22.346 states, and please excuse me for quoting this at you, this policy applies to all new basement development. For the purposes of this policy, basement development is the construction or extension of one or more stories of accommodation below the prevailing ground level of a site or property. So the 50% calculation that we have undertaken takes into account the implemented consent, which extended the lower ground floor level and reduced the existing garden by 12 metres.
So, if I may,
please go ahead.
We get to 60% of extent if we are putting together the two applications, the one just implemented, actually not even finished, the work are still there, and the new one, the basement will cover 60% of the original garden.
That's helpful, thank you. And I think this is a point we might pursue further with officers later. Councillor Retty, did that answer everything, or you had a follow-up
I think it's better I deal with the officer. I just want the measurement from the total area space rather than, you know.
Okay, well, we'll continue the question with officers. Did you have an additional covered? Councillor Evans.
This is a question I will be asking the officers as well. Is Joel Saunder here, the structural engineer?
No, unfortunately, not able to be here, but architect will be able to answer.
Arthur, are you a structural engineer? Okay.
It's the architect, I think. Ronaldo Rustico.
Sorry?
So I'm an architect registered here as an architect, but I'm also a structural engineer.
Okay, very good. Can you tell me, have you checked in terms of flooding, what will happen with the water that runs off? And also, are there any underground rivers there? I'll be asking the same question of the officers.
As part of application, apologies. As part of application, we undertook sustainable drainage assessment as well as site investigation, which confirmed there are no underground rivers. I trust that answers.
Sorry? Did you want to add to the question?
Go ahead, Councillor Rossi.
I mean, I think obviously there might not be rivers. I mean, it's about the tunnel that the water flows underground. So that's a question basically.
Nothing that survey was able to register. There were boreholes done. As part of the boreholes, there was groundwater monitoring, and none was present.
Sure, cool.
But obviously, as part of the scheme and as requested by the policy, we are introducing sustainable drainage measures, which will ensure that surface water runoff from the site after implementation of the scheme will be 50% less than it is right now because of the attenuation tank that will be installed. So it will be improvement to the situation rather than harm.
But it hasn't been done yet.
Of course not. It would be implemented if consent is granted.
Okay, because we need guarantees of that.
It is within the drawings as part of SUD's report, as well as our application, and I believe there's condition that requires it as well. Okay.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to ask a question. Catherine, who's the applicant, is Catherine here?
Catherine is not here, but I'm speaking on her behalf. I'm the planning consultant.
Okay, thank you. My question is, you, the agent, and Catherine, and as an applicant, I understand there's already work is going on there or has been completed, but recently has been granted 2019. I would like to know what engagement with you or Catherine had with the residents, and that, just bear in mind before you answer, unhappy neighbors will not cause to reject application. That's not a base for us to reject, but it's a good working relationship to have that. So have you done that? If so, how many residents have you been? I have got follow-up question, but I would like you to answer that first.
Sure. In terms of previous works, there were consents granted, the works commenced, but works
sorry,
stopped.
I'm talking about the current one, not the 2019, this application.
Okay, yeah. We have not undertaken full and large consultation of the neighbours because neighbours were consulted as part of this application. Now, when the contractor is brought on board, that's when we'll undertake full consultation because then we'll have the full setup and a party who will be implementing this, which is what is expected as part of final construction traffic management plan.
Sorry, could I just reply? Joanna Everett, I'm here as an objector, but
I'm-
I was never consulted on either the first application or the second.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, because you're not registered to speak. Sorry.
I'm down as Everett,
Because
but
I know you
was told
by
I
a
could answer.
different last name.
I was told I could answer questions. And
Yeah.
so
Well, if a councillor, Councillor Ali would like to, yeah. Sorry, Joanna. It's just because it's a different last
Thank you.
name. It's
My
threw me.
married name.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think that question has already been answered. No consultation has been done or no engagement with the residents, and there's no for you to therefore comment on this. But thank you for your comments to make sure that I'll come to you, Councillor Doris Matsling. That was it. I'll come back to the size and the depth of the swimming pool. But I would like to ask the objectors as well. I think Fabio, you've mentioned the stress and everything that's caused the previous work, which of course we cannot reject application based on that. And however, I sympathize with neighbors when work is going on and onto the neighboring properties. But what I would like to ask you is, in terms of the size, it's been mentioned, point number 2, this is 6.7, and we will get a clarification as Councillor Arati mentioned earlier before, and 3.3 or to 4 meters. Why would you object for someone to have few pounds to spare to have a decent, to improve the quality of life, whereas other properties that has been mentioned before have similar basement extensions? What was your? Is it because of the depth or because of the work that has been carried out?
Okay, so let me start saying that none of these referenced application dig 8 meters below the relevant ground floor to give you a dimension of the total excavation for this project. Having said that, if we look from the current lower ground floor that was already lowered in the 19 application by 50 centimeter, they will excavate from there, that is already below the ground, another 7 meters to allocate in this space the ceiling, the swimming pool, the plants, and then the slab and the services that are necessary for servicing the pool. I mean, if I may, looking at the basement policy, the basement local plan is predicated, and I quote, on the need to restrict the extent of basement excavations. In this case, they will excavate 8 meters below the relevant ground floor, and as I said, 7 meters below the current lower ground floor that is already below the ground. Is huge, especially if you look at it on a property that has a width of 5.3 meters. Is completely abnormal as a dimension.
Just follow-up question to that, Chair. Would you be willing to, you can answer as well once I finish. What about basement extension, which is similar, which of course are not 8 that you've mentioned, or 7 or even 6.7, but similar to the neighboring properties? Will that be acceptable as a neighbor, of course, dealing with the noise and everything that has been created? Will that be acceptable to you as a neighbors?
Sorry, Councillor Ali, if I can just address one point before I pass to Mr. Ganza. The whole point behind policy CL7, which is set out in the SPD on basements in April 2016, seeks to bear down on the volume of excavation, not only to curtail the individual basement application, but the cumulative effect of basement development on the neighbouring area. So looking at one individual application in this particular case isn't appropriate. You have to look at the cumulative effect.
And, Councillor, to answer your question, it depends. I need to have the full plan in hand. These projects are not simple projects, are complicated projects, requires a lot of investigation. And by the way, when it was mentioned that there were soil survey done there was only one proper borehole in the front of the house, and in the back they've done a manual one going down 1 meter only. So even the investigation in terms of reviewing what was needed for this plan application was, I would say, incomplete at the best. To dig down so much, you need really to look at what is happening. I'm a chartered engineer, by the way.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, just to clarify, I think, I don't know if this is what you were going to come to suggest, but we probably could not condition a different height basement. It would have to be either accept it or refuse it. And if we refuse, then the applicant could come back, obviously, with a new application if they wanted to. Any other questions for objectors or applicants? No? Right.
Dory.
Yeah, or any questions for Councillor Schmetterling?
No.
No. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, can I just say, I wanted to explore the fact why I said that the drawings are misleading. Someone's going to ask me that or not.
Yes. Sorry, Councillor Schmetterling. We heard...
Chair, can I...
You have a question?
Can I comment, please?
You can, yes,
thank
go
you.
ahead.
I was going to ask Councillor Schmetterling a question, but that question has already been referred to. I was going to ask you a question about the size and the depth of the basement, but that I will save it for the officers, and so that officers can give me the relevant answers. But if you wish to answer the question specifically about the depth, 6.7 meters, or about 3 to 4 meters, more than happy to hear from you if you have a comment on that.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Could I also recommend all speakers, regardless, to speak into the microphone and not necessarily look at pictures, make sure we can hear you well. I want to address the fact I made an allegation that 2 drawings we've seen are not reflecting everything. The first one was the side elevation, which showed a depth of about 4.8 meters, that one. There's a drawing in the pack which actually shows 7 meters. It depends how you look at it. So that is not the whole picture, and that's what Mr. Ganser was referring to, the 7 meters. So therefore, I had suggested to refuse this, or at least defer it until we know what they want, and then maybe the applicant can withdraw irrelevant pictures. Second thing is the area under the garden. What's clear is if you look at the situation, and I want to refer to I think Ms. Brody's comment about cumulative effect. Before the PP19 planning consent, which was only partly being executed, there was a garden which was partly L-shaped. And if you look at the current proposal, current application, versus what was there before 2019, you will see that it clearly extends beyond the 2 garden areas of more than 50%. So anything else has to be clarified, but I don't think that's correct to say it's only 50%. Finally...
Sorry, Councillor Schmetterling, I think you got to... Yeah, I think that answers the question. So, and I think both the garden area and the depth is certainly things which I intended to raise further with officers if other councillors don't do so before me. But thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to questions to officers. Well, I think the first one we should probably, because we've been discussing it, the first one we should probably broach is the depth. So the total excavation, because we've heard the internal floor to ceiling height, but we've heard very different depths from objectors and applicants regarding the total excavation, and maybe they're talking about slightly different things. Could you take us through the total excavation depth, please?
Yes, I think obviously it does depend on where you are measuring from. So the figures that I've included within this diagram here are obviously as we say, the internal floor to ceiling height. So in terms of total depth excavation as measured from the bottom of the lower ground floor, you would then need to add on that 1 meter depth of the slab at the bottom, plus that slab at the top, so it would be approximately 7 metres.
Thank you. And because I know what the applicants mentioned other sites of 6.4, 6.5, 6.2. I'm not saying that they're necessarily starting that measurement from the same point. But what I would like to know is, does this go deeper than previous applications we've granted, or have we granted a number of applications as intimated which already go this deep or deeper?
The depth of this basement is not unusual for the depth of for a swimming pool application. Obviously, you have to take into account that whenever a basement is located underneath a garden, we would also always require that 1 metre soil depth. So that initial 1 metre depth is normal, is often required. And the 4.8 metres is not unusual, as we've talked about the policy, which speaks of 3 to 4 metres as being a normal floor-to-ceiling height, with some additional small permitted allowance for a swimming pool. So 4.8 metres would not be unusual for that. And that leaves us then with that 1 metre slab on the bottom, which in itself does not seem excessive.
So, in summary, you're saying that excavating, because it's total excavation, which I think is the key. We're not trying to limit people's floor space, so there's a certain amount of room that someone should reasonably be able to manage within a basement. It's about the level of excavation and the disruption that causes and the amount of soil that removes from the water table, etc. So 7 metres beneath a lower ground floor, you're saying, is not a particularly unusual?
No, I mean, often it is unusual to look carefully at the depth of the slab. We would normally, when looking at a basement application and the depth of it, we would be looking at that floor-to-ceiling height as the measure of what is reasonable.
Thank you. I think that other questions, probably about the percentage of garden, etc., but I'll pass over to colleagues. Who wants to start? Councillor Evans.
Yes, I would like to know, has anyone looked to see if there are any underground rivers? There are many in the borough, including on where I live, and I think it has to be checked if you're going to go down that deep.
I think I'd add to that just a general summary of the checks that have been done to date and the future checks that would have to be done before construction started would be very helpful.
So a construction method statement has been submitted in accordance with our normal policy. As part of the preparation of this document, site investigation works were carried out, both physically on site, which took place in the means of a borehole on the site. Groundwater was not encountered during this borehole, and also other desktop site investigations were also undertaken in the normal manner.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. It goes back to, again, the extension 50% or 60%, as has been argued both sides. Which one is it? Is it 50% or 60%? And before you answer that question, I would like to go back to what the Chair asked you about the 7 meter depth, and you said this is not unusual, but that's in general terms. What about the surrounding areas? Is it unusual for the surrounding properties, not the whole borough?
If I may answer that first question first, I don't have details of the depths of basements within the immediate vicinity. Obviously, our basement policy is a borough-wide policy. It applies to every property within the borough. So that is really very much the starting point. And then moving on to the 50% question, the policy refers to, it says that the council will require all basement development to not exceed a maximum of 50% of each garden or open part of the site. You'll note that that does not refer to the original garden area. It simply says each garden. And so that refers to the existing garden area. And the proposed basement would not exceed 50% of each garden.
Could you define what existing garden area means? Because obviously, sort of reductio ad absurdum, you could do 50% and another 50%, another 50% until almost the whole thing is gone. So where's the line in the starting point?
Obviously the starting point is the existing garden. This property does not have, it has a lower ground floor extension, but it does not have an existing basement extension. And there are policies which would prevent the excavation of a further basement extension. But on this site, we have a lower ground floor original to the building, which has been extended, and then we have this application for a basement extension beneath that.
So, sorry, just to be absolutely clear, so are we saying that the lower ground floor is not a basement, and therefore the extension to the existing extension to the lower ground floor does not count towards the 50% contribution? Or are you saying that everything that's done as of today, 8th of March, is existing, and therefore we go from today, so even though there has been extension happened already, it's, I guess maybe because the policy came in afterwards or whatever else, it doesn't count towards the calculation. Which one?
I think both are true in this, on this.
Okay.
I may just ask whether Katie wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, I just wonder if perhaps if we just take ourselves away from this site for a second and think about another property, say a mid-terrace property, where 5 years ago there wouldn't have been a rear extension there, then we would look at 50% of the open area as it was then. If they then 3 years ago introduced a rear extension and built that out, and an application came in today for a basement, we would look at the open area that remains on the site today as of the 8th of March. So I can understand why, as you said, perhaps that looks like someone could keep applying in a piecemeal fashion, but that is the way the policy has been drafted and tested through examination, and that's how we have to apply it.
Right, so my reductio ad absurdum example could actually happen. Okay, I didn't know that. Right. Any other questions? Councillor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sarah, for briefing on the 50%, so that's clarified. Just some concerns raised by the objectors about the cumulative effect and the excavation, I believe, falls under CTMP and CMP.
I missed that last.
Sorry, falls under CTMP and CMP. I mean the noise and the cumulative effect of the construction, basically.
Sorry, just to clarify, the CTMP and CMS, you want clarity on what would be required?
No. I mean the objectors raised concerns about the cumulative effect of the construction itself, plus the
the traffic management.
The traffic management, yeah.
So how is the cumulative effect in this area of construction and traffic management going to be managed?
There is a specific question within the construction traffic management plan which asks how other developments within the area will be taken into account. There is a condition which requires the submission of a final CTMP, and obviously these developments can change over time, so that would be something that would need to be considered again when a final CTMP came in under that condition.
Sorry, could I just clarify one point, if I may? It was the...
I'm very sorry, unless I'm advised otherwise, we can't take any further clarifications, even though on many occasions they might be very useful. Just procedurally, we can't do that. I apologise. Colleagues, any more questions? Okay. In which case, we'll proceed to a vote. I don't think it's worth discussing conditions. I don't see, unless anyone disagrees, any obvious conditions one could apply to this. It is a difficult one. Our basement policy does say 1 story, and we're advised that this is 1 story. You know, where does a story end is something I think we often ask ourselves. And again, in the papers we are advised that you know, with a swimming pool you would give a little bit more space in a normal story. It is obviously quite a large story, but we have granted large stories before, so I think that's something we need to consider. And then we've heard the situation over garden development, that existing means, as the policy is written, as of when the application's put in, and as of when the application's put in, you know, people might have their views on that policy, and I would understand that, but as it stands, as of when the application's put in, this is within the 50% rule. So, yeah, that's something else we'll need to reflect on. Would anyone like to make any comments? Yes. Yeah, Councillor Duran.
Chair, yeah, I'm just wondering about the additional depth that's being recommended on the grounds that there's a swimming pool here, but isn't the swimming pool essentially an internal structure, and it's almost neither here nor there? You could decide just not to fill it with water, and effectively you have additional interior space there. So on those grounds, I'm minded to consider that it's still of excessive depth. That's just my thought.
I mean, that is a fair point. You wouldn't have to put water in your swimming pool, and without water in it would become a large room. It is still technically 1 story, but it would then be of a height sort of larger than we might normally want to grant, so I think that's a fair comment. Councillor Ali?
I understand we cannot stop residents who wants to have that, improve the condition of their living. At the same time, it cannot be the expense of others, whether they affect the condition of living for others. But in this case, it's not about the applicant or the objector, it's about the size. Is it 50%? Is it the depth? Is it the L-shaped before garden that 2019 has been approved, or is it the current one? I think there's a bit of measurement confusion here, and I would say for us to make a reasonable decision is to perhaps to go back and get the full measurements. Not much of communicating with neighbors if that's applicant decided so. It's good to communicate with your neighbors and engage with them, but that's not required for that planning application, as I understand. But I think to get the figures right will give us to make the right decision, and I think that's what's missing from this one.
Thank you for that. We try not to defer applications if we can possibly avoid it. I think on balance, I do understand absolutely understand your points. I think on balance we probably do have enough information in front of us to make a decision, but I will listen to other colleagues if they agree with Councillor Ali. I think it sounds like we're happy to make a decision this evening. Yeah, but the point, I think, well made and point taken. To my mind, I think I can understand residents' concerns and particularly the way that the policy is written, perhaps, in terms of when you draw the line of sort of existing additional development before existing, and you can keep on moving that line. That being said, I think on balance that this current application is within policy, and so I'm inclined to accept, but you may well have different views, and that's perfectly normal. So let's proceed to a vote. Councillor Ali.
On the basis of what I have said earlier, I would refuse, or at least not grant it on this application.
Refuse. Councillor Dorian.
Similarly refuse, Chair.
Councillor Evans.
I'm going to have to abstain on this.
Councillor Oretti.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm also in favour of granting. That leaves us with a 2-2 tie, and I'm sorry to have to inform the objectors that in the event of a tie, the Chair's vote does carry it. So that application is granted. Thank you very much. Right, we now move on to 9 Gertrude Street.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll be presenting the South Pack cases as well tonight, hence the change of seat. So on to the presentation. The application site is a mid-terrace property on the northern side of Gertrude Street. You can see it there on the photograph on the screen between the 2 yellow dotted lines. Things just to point out in the photograph as well, note that the properties on the street already benefit from an existing lower ground floor. You can see on the property to the immediate left of the application site, I think that's the clearest one, you can see the light well that serves number 8 and the existing lower ground floor area at that property. Starting then with the changes proposed to the front elevation, 3 new flush roof lights would be introduced to the front roof slope, visible on the proposed elevation on the right-hand side on the screen. You'll also note that it's proposed to drop the sills of the windows in the existing light well at the front to create full-height doors. I've included this aerial photograph just to highlight to you the presence of other roof lights on the front roof slopes in the terrace. I've sort of crudely marked them there with the yellow arrows. Also, you'll have picked up in the officer's report that last year planning permission was granted for 3 roof lights to the front roof slope of the neighbouring property at number 8. Onto the proposals at the rear. It's proposed to rebuild the dormer at roof level. A full-width lower ground floor rear extension would be introduced. A new closet wing style extension would be constructed up to the and just beyond the parapet level at roof level. And the rear windows would also be replaced and realigned. Again, I'm going to return to an aerial shot as I think it's incredibly helpful for the context here. So of relevance to the decision you're making, there are examples of full-width lower ground floor rear extensions elsewhere on this northern side of the terrace. I've highlighted a couple with the red arrows there. You'll also note the location of the hospital and then the thick line of trees that run opposite the rear of this terrace, which does limit the visibility of the rear of the properties. The yellow arrows there are some examples of comparable closet wings, including at numbers 10 and 11 next door to the application site. Indeed, that's a photograph there of the closet wing at number 10. I've included this slide, which gives you an idea of the pattern of the built form that has evolved at the rear of this terrace. So the green arrows there highlight a new closet wing and lower ground floor rear extension approved next door to the application site at number 9. This was approved last year. And I think it's important to note that the design and scale of the proposals put forward at the application site tonight very much are in keeping and match those approved here at the neighbouring property. There's been some comments in the objections received about it being a shame that the original pattern of the window arrangement is to be lost. Again, I think it's just important to point out examples where this has already occurred in the terrace, so appropriate weight can be given to that. Again, at number 8, immediately next door, permission was granted for an alignment similar to being proposed. I'd also point out on the far right-hand side, number 6, Gertrude Street, has carried out similar works, and you'll see it's lost the staggered windows that feature elsewhere on the rear elevation. The final part of the proposals is for a new basement story, which would extend below the existing lower ground floor level. It would be under 50% of the rear garden area. You can see this floor level in the proposed section on the right-hand side. And again, in section with the proposed on the right, this time with a section cut through the lowered front light well. You can hopefully just make out on the screen there would then be a flush glazed roof light at the lower ground floor level above the newly created deeper light well. And that's the presentation, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have speakers on both sides for this. The objectors, we have Mr. and Mrs. Jocelyn and Miss Claire Collicott. You with us this evening? Hello. So, like before, 3 minutes between you. And give me 1 sec to get my clock up. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm Mark Jocelyn. I live in Gertrude Street and have done for 8 years. I'm with my wife and our friend Claire Collicott, both of whom have lived in Gertrude Street for 20 years. Gertrude Street is on the 10-acre estate and is a conservation area. And I think I reflect or echo the views of many of the other local residents of the 10-acre estate who, frankly, are not to put it too strongly, sick and tired of the amount of heavy-duty development and construction work that is going on and has been allowed to go on in this area. Those of us who live on the 10-acre estate cherish its wide streets and attractive Victorian houses. But above all, we cherish sort of the tranquility and charm, the calmness, the overall atmosphere and character. It's a true haven in a busy and vibrant part of southwest London. But we've been experiencing for the last 3 or 4 years now fairly constant development work involving double basements. And it seems to us that this is just going to carry on. And you know, there would seem to be no end to it, and presumably each time another permission is given for another double basement, that just adds impetus, and we'll see more and more applications, and the end result would basically be that we all live in a pretty permanent building site. So it's continuity and precedent that I focus on, and in particular, why do we object to it? Well, it's essentially the impact on our day-to-day living. It's the noise from the excavation works and the lorries constantly coming to and fro, removing hundreds of tons of debris and dirt and earth to create the second basement. There's the constant dirt and dust all over the roads, the pavements, the cars. We have to keep our windows shut, even in the summer, to try and prevent the noise and the dirt and the dust coming through. Parking bays are suspended inevitably, and there's already an acute shortage. At the moment, the relevant property is number 9. Immediately next door, at number 8, there's a similar development, which I think has been alluded to, going on. That's been going on, I think, for well over a year. Doesn't seem to be progressing very quickly, but nonetheless, there's constant noise. It's cordoned off. There's at least 1, maybe 2 parking bays lost. There's a real concern amongst neighbours and indeed owners of properties generally.
Just finish up, sorry.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
As to the structural risks of this type of second basement, to what are essentially delicate, charming Victorian houses that were never, ever intended to, I would say, be subjected to this sort of heavy-duty construction. Surely being in a conservation area extends not just to the front facade, but also to the overall character and amenity of the properties and the convenience and comfort of the people who live there.
Thank you very much. We now have the applicant, or the applicant's consultant speaking. We went just 30 seconds over there, so I'll give you an extra 30 seconds if you would like it as well, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Hayden Todd. I'm a planning consultant at Aitchison Rafferty. I'm speaking in support of this application on behalf of the applicant. The proposed extensions and alterations, as identified in the officer's report, comply with all local policies and guidance. The proposed development has been carefully designed to preserve the attractive front elevation of the dwelling and street scene. The main visual changes to this aspect of the dwelling relate to the light well and reinstatement of lower ground floor openings. The position of the main changes at or below natural ground level reduces the visual prominence in the street scene. Many of the surrounding properties have similar light wells, which now form part of the local character. The proposal would not alter the existing front windows or harm the main facade in any way. The enlargement of the roof terrace is a minor alteration and, given its recessed position, would not be overly visible from the public realm. The changes to the rear dormer and roof would be viewed in the context of this diverse rear roofscape, where they would not result in any additional harm. The proposed basement has been carefully designed and complies with all local requirements. The basement would not harm the character of the dwelling, and similar extensions have been proved on the surrounding properties. The proposed rear extensions incorporate a small lower ground floor addition that is largely concealed from outside the application site and a traditionally designed closet wing. The proposed rear extensions and alterations are similar in form and style to numerous other additions on the surrounding properties, respecting the local context. The proposal, including the basement extension, is almost a perfect handed arrangement of a recently approved development at the adjoining property, which is currently under construction. Refusing a similar form of development on the same terrace block would be inconsistent and unreasonable. The replacement of the rear windows respect the style of the original dwelling, and their careful arrangement results in a cohesive and sympathetic appearance. Adjacent properties have similar rear window arrangements and roof lights. These types of minor alterations do not normally require planning permission. The proposed extensions are modest in size and do not project a harmful distance beyond the adjoining properties, in accordance with local requirements. As confirmed by officers, the construction of this development preserves the structural integrity of the terrace and amenity of neighbouring occupiers. The proposed works will be carried out in full compliance with the local code of construction practice, minimising the impact on neighbouring occupiers. The proposed development complies with all local policies and national guidance. We respectfully request that planning permission be granted in accordance with officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, who has questions? Yes, Councillor Ali.
Thank you. Thank you both the objector and the representative of the agent, of the applicant. I wish to know two things about, and this is to the both the objector as well as to the applicant's agent. Privacy loss for the roof terrace may cause. Can you tell us a bit more the privacy issue? That's one point. The second is draining. We have had a lot of flooding in the borough since 2009, 2000, and again it comes back every. It's supposed to be a lifetime, but it's now every 10 years. What about the drainage and the flooding issue with the basement excavation?
Yes. Firstly, in terms of privacy, the property has an existing terrace. There's quite a lot of mutual overlooking in this terrace block already. I think there's similar roof extent terraces at 10, 11, 12 and 13. So whilst there would be some overlooking, it is a built-up area and it would not result in any additional harm. In terms of the flooding issue, we have done a flooding report and statement. These have been all investigated and it's found to be at very low risk to flooding, and through good design it would improve that situation by resulting in less runoff than the existing situation.
I have a quick question. So development is always going to cause some disruption in a borough like ours, but I think in this particular area it would cause more disruption than most, with just due to the sort of layout and geography of the streets and the amount of development that's already going on there. What would you do if you granted permission to minimise disruption and try and make sort of coordinate as well as possible with other projects and try and minimise the disruption to residents?
Well, it is the same architects working on the other drawings, the adjoining development. But yeah, through this, they do a construction management plan. All these issues will be very carefully looked at and obviously scrutinised by officers to minimise any impact. You know, it's not a significant build, but you know, we're confident that can be controlled and reduced.
And are you aware of the considerate constructors scheme?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you intend to be part of that on this project?
Yes, absolutely. And it's my understanding that is a requirement of the permission.
Councillor Oretti.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Todd, just a quick question on, I understand you're doing an extension to the basement. Do you know roughly about how long does it take? I don't know if you're doing underpinning or you might not.
It's my understanding that the actual works to the basement would take about 6 months.
Oh, so the actual excavation, do you know roughly how long that takes? Not the construction, but actually to dig in and do an extension, to roughly understand the noise and other things. Well, not accurate, but you know, substantial.
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, I don't have that information. It would depend on the contractor.
So maximum 6 months. If that's
yes,
what
it's my understanding the basement would be largely completed within 6 months, and then perhaps another 6 months to finish the project, perhaps longer. I'm not sure. It does depend on the contractor.
Cool. All right.
I have a bit more information.
Yep, go ahead.
So from the construction traffic management plan, there is an estimation of 8 weeks for demolition works, 24 weeks for underpinning, and 16 weeks for structural works, which would cover the basement and also some upper ground structural works. But that hopefully gives you an idea of the rough programme.
Does the structural work include the underpinning? Or is it different?
So yes, well, underpinning is 24 weeks estimated in the construction.
Standalone 24 weeks.
Yes, that's correct.
About, is it how many months is it? 6. Yes, about 6. Right. Thanks.
Thanks. I think that's helpful to get an idea of the level of disruption. But of course, we can't stipulate an amount of time once planning's been granted. It can, and sometimes does, end up taking longer, and there's not a lot we can do about that, but it is helpful still to know at the outset what the plan is. Colleagues, any more questions to objectors or the applicant? No. Right. In which case we move on to questions to officers. Yes, Councillor Ali.
I kind of feel I know the answer to this, but still I like to ask. In terms of a conditioning, if we were to grant this application for the basement and the whole thing, can we condition, understanding that we're just coming out of COVID and people have been indoors for the last 2 years or so, to probably put down to date, let's say beyond the summer start and during the autumn and the winter to be carried out. I understand it will not be working, but just in case, if we can get negotiation between the neighbours and the project planners, is there something we can do? And I'm afraid the answer.
I think the answer is going to be no, but.
Yes, unfortunately, the answer is no. It's a story that we're all too familiar with, isn't it? Where particularly on streets such as this, where we are aware that there's more than one development happening, or that they're happening concurrently. And for residents, of course, it's a lot, especially given the couple of years that we've had. Unfortunately, planning legislation doesn't allow us to sort of stall development. Once permission's granted, it's granted, and there's a 3-year window. We can strongly encourage, perhaps, the developer to think about the timing and when they might implement, but more than sort of a strongly worded encouragement, perhaps an informative. There's nothing more we can do by way of condition.
Chair, may I have a follow-up? Yes, I understand we cannot, of course, comment it, and as I said before, I kind of knew the answer, but at least I tried. So my question is, in terms of when we do local, even the council properties refurbishment, mostly we avoid the summer months, and it's just for the right reasons, because of the people want to make use of the sun and to make the most of it, and to plan ahead. So is there something perhaps you can speak to about? Of course he's here, but he cannot respond to me now because of the system. Is there any chance you can have a chat with them about the delay of the project, and then hopefully, once it starts, of course, we can't delay, but to start the project, is there something, a strong worded letter or at least encouragement?
I mean, as I said, we've got a representative of the applicant here. They've heard your concerns, and we, as officers, can sort of reiterate that and say, ideally, perhaps just think about the timing of it, bearing in mind other construction projects happening, the summer months coming. But beyond that, I'm afraid there is nothing that we can do to enforce it. As I say, the legislation doesn't allow us to dictate when an application might start. What I would add is that the Code of Construction Practice, which the Chairman's alluded to earlier, that does require developers to take into account the current situation. So that includes anything else that might be going on in the street or the immediate area, as does the Construction Traffic Management Plan. So there will be an element of control that the Council can have to ensure that huge numbers of noisy work on multiple properties aren't happening at the same time. But it's through that code that we'd have an element of control.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe at your discretion, if you would allow the applicant on his behalf to speak on this project, if you allow, maybe to comment.
I just procedurally don't think there's any opportunity to do that. No, I'm sorry. No, there's many a time we'd love to hear a bit more from the objector, a bit more from the applicant, but we just can't, unfortunately. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, well, in which case we must proceed to a decision. I think, to my mind, there's obviously a lot of disruption going on in this area, and I wish we had more power as the council to alleviate that. We have a bit through the Code of Construction Practice to make sure they're well coordinated, but that's sort of the limit of it. And unless it's with disruption that in this borough, unfortunately, there always will be, and that doesn't mean that it's unacceptable in planning terms. except in very extreme circumstances where the disruption is completely unmanageable. So I think, to my mind, in planning terms, it is acceptable, despite obviously significant sympathies to the objectors. So does anyone else have any thoughts on the case? No? Okay, in which case we'll take a vote. Councillor Ali?
Would vote to grant.
To grant. Councillor Dorian?
To grant.
To grant. Councillor Evans?
To grant.
Councillor Oretti?
In favour, Chair.
I vote to grant as well, so that's unanimously in favour, and I thank everyone very much for their time. We now proceed to 25 Queensgate Muse.
Thank you. This application relates to a house located on the west side of Queensgate Muse. The house is physically adjoined to the neighbouring Muse property, 25C Queensgate Muse, and also to the property to the rear, 18 High Park Gate, which has a small courtyard area. The building is an L-shape building. This is an aerial view. You'll note that situated to the north is the large residential block of Chancellor House, and that does have a garden area to the front, which adjoins the application site. The building is a two-storey house with an existing slate mansard roof storey, and there's a garage at ground floor level. Alterations are proposed to the elevations of the building, including raising the height of the front parapet and a basement storey. This is the proposed basement floor plan. The basement would be used as additional accommodation for the house. It would not have any external manifestations, and the basement would be set entirely below the footprint of the existing house. In addition to the new basement floor, it is proposed to raise the height of the front parapet as circled on the proposed sectional drawing here. And also new roof lights are proposed at roof level. To the front, various alterations are proposed. The front parapet to be raised in brick, as mentioned, and also new doors and windows, including a new garage door, dropping the sill of the existing ground floor window, and replacement windows. And all the windows are proposed to be timber framed. The proposal includes a small balcony at first floor level. This would project approximately 0.5 metres. There are other examples of such balconies in the Muse, and I've included this photograph of the properties opposite, showing the balconies on those. To the rear, it is proposed to install a new window at first floor level alongside replacement roof level windows. It is recommended that there is a condition which requires this rear window to be obscure glazed and fixed shut. The rear of the property is in very close proximity to the property in Hyde Park Gate. The photograph to the left shows where the new first floor window would be located, with that arrow indicating that. And the other photographs are looking down into the rear courtyard of 18 Hyde Park Gate, just to illustrate how close that relationship is. This is the side elevation of the building. It is proposed to insert new windows in this flank elevation overlooking the gardens of Chancellor House at ground and at first floor level. And the side of elevation would also be painted render. And then I've also just included this photograph which shows that side elevation and the relationship to the garden of Chancellor House. And finally, this is the roof plan to show that the change would comprise alterations to roof lights, and there are also air conditioning plant on the existing roof. 2 of those would remain, but 1 would be removed. And there ends my presentation.
Thank you very much. Right. We're joined on the objectors' side this evening by Ros Sutherland. Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 3 minutes. Give me 1 second, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, my name is Ros Sutherland, and I'm the property manager for flats 1, 2, and 3, which makes up 18 Hyde Park Gate. 18 Hyde Park Gate is a blue plaque house to which 25 Queensgate Muse is the Muse house behind 18 Hyde Park Gate. The buildings are co-joined in parts by an L-shaped return from Hyde Park Gate, with flat 1 Hyde Park Gate having the lower ground of this return and Queensgate Muse having the upper ground and first floor of this return. Where they are not co-joined, there is a 3-metre patio. So these buildings are on top of each other, and I'm not clear when the footprint of the basement is in an L shape that it thinks it owns the land underneath that return, where Hyde Park Gate has one of the floors. So that was my first point. My second point was on the process. When this application first went to planning, we had no notifications at all. That's the owners or the tenants. And the second application, we did have notification and we objected. But since the deadline for objecting, we have had no phone calls returned and we have no emails answered. And a promised visit to the site did not happen. And we've had no communication whatsoever with the person making the application to do this work, even though it's sitting on top of 18 Hyde Park Gate. We think it's an overdevelopment of what was an artist's studio at the back of the blue plaque London townhouse. As I've said, because they overlap each other, basement dig is going to significantly impact 18 Hyde Park Gate. We also object to the new window, which you've seen on the drawing, which looks directly into the bedroom of a 1-bedroom flat with no outside access, which currently has a right of privacy, which it should be entitled to maintain. I know it's opaque, but I still think it's a privacy issue. We think there may also be an issue with the drainage. The drains run from the Muse house all the way across the patio, under the main house, and all the way out to the street. They have not been in the best condition thus far, and we think to add to the drainage requirements on these drains over that distance is going to be another problem. We object to the increase in the mansard roof because we think it will affect the darkness of what is already a dark patio, and we do not think, and we object to the fact that this development is going right up to its boundary. If this Muse house had a garden, it would only be allowed to extend within 50% of his garden and therefore back from my boundary. But because it doesn't have a garden, it in effect can build its basement right up to my patio. And I don't actually think this project can be completed without significantly impacting the patio or without having access to that patio. And as for the noise and the disruption...
I'm sorry, we can
Okay.
ask you questions later, but I'm afraid we're going
Okay.
to have to stop there. Apologies. But I think we certainly heard sort of all your main points there, so thank you. We're joined also by the applicant. Yes, hello, down the front row there. So you have, because I gave the objector 3.5 minutes, so if you would like 3.5 minutes, you're welcome to it whenever you're ready.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Mandip Sert. I'm actually the planning consultant for the project from NTA Planning. This application seeks a series of minor improvements to an existing house, both internally and externally, to enhance its function and its use. The applicants are a young family, just welcomed their first child, and they simply seek to create some additional usable space. The existing dwelling also lacks any opportunity for outdoor amenity space. So the proposals are looking to create a better connection with the outside, to maximise light into the building, and deliver some additional usable floor space, as I say, through a basement, including space for home working and some recreation. The proposed, the proposed basement sits entirely under the footprint of the existing building and would not require any physical works above ground or encroach into any of the adjacent plots. We are aware that construction phase of a basement can cause local concerns, but the applicants have submitted a full suite of supporting technical reports, including construction management and logistics plans, which are secured by condition to ensure minimal disruption. Officers confirmed that the requirements of Local Plan Policy CL7 are met in full, as set out in the officer's report. With regard to the other aesthetic changes to the facades, we have worked very closely with officers through 2 requests for Level 3 pre-application advice to ensure that the changes would be appropriate and respond to and respect their context. The addition of replacement and new windows have been assessed by officers in detail. The new window to the rear elevation, as we have heard, is obscure glazed and fixed shut, and that is secured by condition 12. Other replacement windows are considered not to cause any material increase in overlooking. Just one point that Ms. Sutherland raised about the increase in height to the mansard, but overshadowing the patio. That increase is only proposed on the front elevation in Queensgate Muse. There's no alteration to the height of the parapet to the rear. So just in finishing, and in line with officer recommendation, we consider that the proposals comply with all relevant policies and respectfully ask that permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions? Councillor Rossi.
Thank you, Chair. To question to Mr. Sahota. Is that right? Yes, Sahota. I know Ms. Sunderland, raised a point about the privacy issue. So you're saying the windows would be on the front side, which would overlook the Muse, but not the rear? Or is it the Julia balcony would be on the rear side to replace the existing windows? Just that my colleagues would understand the structure.
Of course. So specifically in terms of windows, there is a new window being introduced to the rear facade, and that's the one that is fixed shut and obscure glazed. So that image to the left, and we actually think that there may have been a window there. Originally, you can see the sort of detailing and the patched up brickwork and the sill detail there. That is where a new window is to be installed, obscure glazed and fixed shut.
That's not a Juliet balcony?
That's not a Juliet balcony, no.
It's on the front side?
The Juliet balcony is on the frontage, yep, that's correct.
Right, okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Ali.
Speaking of the window, as we are now, I think Ross mentioned the 1-bedroom that will affect the privacy of the 1-bedroom to that. Can you tell us a bit that the invasion of privacy? And also the same question goes to Ross, if you can also tell us a bit more about the privacy issue at the same time.
The privacy issue is the window that looks straight across a 3-metre terrace into a bedroom of a 1-bedroom flat that currently has privacy. and it will not have privacy with an opaque window.
I'll just add to that quickly, because I know very understandably when a new window is being introduced, people regularly, you're far from the first, have reservations about that. The opaque and fixed shut condition is one we apply regularly, and it is generally a very successful condition, and it does help significantly with the privacy issue. And if ever it was no longer opaque or it was no longer fixed shut, that would then be in breach of planning, and they would be forced to return it to that original state. So it is a stronger and perhaps a better condition than many people suspect at first sight. Yeah, Councillor
I would like
Riley.
Mr. Sohoto also to respond to that.
Thanks, Councillor. I think as the Chair has suggested there, I think the condition is very successful. It has been applied previously. Other schemes that we've worked on in the borough has been applied successfully. I think if there was any breach of that condition, and I'm not suggesting there ever would be, that the adjacent residents would be very quick to notify the local authority that there has been a breach, and that would need to be rectified. But it is fixed shut, it is obscure glazed, there is no opportunity for overlooking. I think what I would say is that there are already windows into that space. There's a dormer window on the floor just above that doesn't have any obscure glazing. So there's already a degree of, I wouldn't say it's a completely private space, but there's already a degree of some views down into that space. But in terms of the additional window that is proposed, I'd say that would be fixed shut and completely obscure glazed.
Okay, sorry. And you've mentioned that window will create, will give you some much needed light for the property. Is that what you've said before? What about the lighting? What's the percentage of that window? The lighting, in terms of the lighting, will increase for the new window?
Sorry, just to clarify quickly, Councillor Riley, you're saying, because I think the reason you have an obscure glazed window rather than a wall is exactly for that reason, for lighting. So you just want to clarify that was the reason.
Absolutely,
yeah.
And the percentage of lighting.
Yes, Councillor. As I said at my introduction, that this property has quite limited scope for. Sorry, my mic keeps cutting out. Limited scope for light coming into it, and part of the improvement works are really to try and get more light into the building, and not have to use artificial light, particularly in the daytime. So this new window at the rear is proposed to serve the kitchen space. Yeah.
Councillor Evans.
Two quick questions. With the opaque glass, can you explain to us the effect of looking out and for the people looking in?
In terms of looking out, the opaque glazing would prohibit any views across that space. We would simply see.
Sorry, it might be good if you just move to another microphone, if that's okay. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, the obscure glazing would prevent any views out from the kitchen space. So there would be no views at all across into the bedroom, as was suggested. I know that some conditions are worded to help to control the opacity of that obscure glazed window, to ensure that the density of that, the opacity of the glass itself is dense enough, and officers can have sight of that as a sample to ensure that, clearly there would be no views through that space. In terms of the bedroom, on the opposite side and what that would see, it would see effectively a backlit piece of glass, but without any views, obviously, into the space.
And can you tell us the fire escape routes, if you can go over that in the house?
A fire drawing was submitted with the application. Essentially, it's coming out the front door, and there would be a refuge just further up north along Queensgate Muse.
And from the upper floors as well?
Yes, we're providing a protected corridor from the upper floors down to the ground floor. So there's a protected escape from the second floor, first floor, and ground floor down. So.
Is there any way to go out over the top, over to the next house, or?
One could, but not reasonably. You know, we've satisfied this through consulting with a fire engineer that this is we can satisfy through sort of safe escape route through providing the protected corridor and escape corridor via the staircase down to the external door, ground floor.
Thank you.
And in addition to us, that have to go through building control as well, who will also look at that. I just had a quick question about the rear window is obscured. There's the side window with views onto the garden. Is that also obscured?
Thanks, Chair. No, there are two replacement windows going into that side elevation, and one additional new window. None of them would be obscure glazed. I think we felt that there was already a degree of sort of mutual overlooking, and there was a long-standing relationship that there are windows in that space already. So we didn't feel that that was appropriate, and I think the officer report also comes to that same conclusion.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Rossi.
To the objector, Ms. Sunderland, just checking roughly about the measurement size from the windows to your. What sort of space is? What sort of gap do you have from your flat that you're raising to the applicant's new window? Just to give an idea.
It's 3 meters.
3 meters. So that leans onto the garden, and then there's a house. Right.
It leads out from the base, the lower ground, onto the patio.
Onto the patio.
Up against this brick wall, which is the back of the Muse house.
That's 3 meters. All right. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question for Ms. Sutherland. In terms of the privacy, does the sort of additional information about the opacity of that window that looks out give you any comfort? Is there any other conditions you had in mind which you think would ameliorate the situation?
I mean, I've seen these opaque windows, and you do see through them. You see people moving around when the lights are on at night. So what they can see the other way, I'm not an expert. But I just don't even know how they're going to do it all or get those windows in. So, and then the noise and the dust and the dirt, and there is also a family living in that property with a premature baby, so dust is an issue.
Yeah, no, understood, and I think there are maybe a couple more points we can discuss with officers there. Thank you. If there's no more questions for this part of the meeting, we'll move on to questions to officers. I'll start. We've talked a lot about the opaque window. Can we just get clarity? And I think this is correct, but please tell me. When we say it has to be an obscured window, we're very clear that that means you cannot see. If you're looking out of it, you can't see people in the window in the property next door.
Yes, that's correct. So the test would be, as you say, that you cannot see through it. That is the test for it to be obscure.
Yeah, so light can come through, but you can't see through it. Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? No? No. Okay. There was one I had in the back of my mind, but I can't think what it is now. No, okay. Well, let's move to a vote in that case. Well, we'll just go straight to vote. Councillor Ali.
Will vote in favour.
Councillor Durian.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Evans.
In favour.
Councillor Oretti.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well, so that's passed unanimously. Hopefully, objectors, although it wasn't your desired result, you might have got some comfort from the discussion and the further clarity that we've provided on those privacy matters. But I thank you all very much for your time. Yes, how long have we been going? We've been going a little while. Right, well, yeah, have a short break. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Right, I think we'll get underway again. We've got, still 4 more cases to go. So thank you to everyone for sticking with us this long. We now proceed to the library at 210 Old Brompton Road.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The photograph on the screen is the library building you'll be familiar with. Just to confirm, the building is in library use at the lower floor levels, with the top floor in residential use, along with the residential use of the neighbouring Beatrix House. You'll see in that photo and this current one on the screen now that the library features a recessed servicing area, which is set back behind the black railings you can see there in the photograph. And the application largely relates to this area. This photograph is just taken from the pavement immediately outside that area, just to give you an idea of the scale and its depth and height. You can also see there on the left-hand brick wall a couple of pieces of white equipment, which might be helpful just for you to visualise the proposals. So the application seeks the installation of 2 air conditioning units. They would be located within an acoustic enclosure, which would be mounted on the floor immediately adjacent to that brick wall I just pointed out to you with the 2 white units. I'm afraid the plan isn't hugely clear. I've circled the relevant area. You can hopefully just make out the box that would be the enclosure. That gives you an idea of how far it would protrude from the wall. This is the elevational drawing. The blue arrow there, just for reference, shows you the location of the black railings. And then hopefully you can make out the acoustic enclosure, that box there, which is about a third of the way back along that side wall there. You can also see the associated cable trays and ducting above. And then the last slide for you is just an elevation of the very rear wall, just to show that there would also be some associated cable trays on this wall, along with that on the other wall that I showed you. As with all applications for plants, we have had a noise report submitted with the application that's been scrutinised by our environmental health team. They are satisfied that the unit, when located within the enclosure, would meet the council standards, and so would not be audible to anyone living nearby. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are joined by Mr. West this evening. Hello. You have 3 minutes. 1 second. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman, Councillors. I'm here as Director of Beatrix House Right to Manage, representing the 18 residential flats at Beatrix House. It's very much our request and expectation today that you apply the same rigorous standards to each application regardless of the applicant. In this case, the applicant is the Library Department of RBKC itself. There is sadly already a history of inconsistent standards in terms of the library and planning applications at Beatrix House. In 2017, our managing agent made a planning application to build full-height railings around the fire escape by the library entrance. This application was rejected by Planning Officer Graham Stallwood as, quote, it would be harmful to the appearance of the building, the street scene, and would fail to preserve the adjacent Courtfield conservation area. However, the same proposed railings were... Is the microphone failing? Okay. Okay. However, the same proposed railings were constructed around a year ago by the council. There was no planning application submitted, and there has been no enforcement action. Similarly, 2 large library signs have been attached to the building, again with no planning application made. We fear the same inconsistent standards could be applied to this latest application discussed today, where the scale of work is clearly significantly greater. Clearly, the addition of commercial HVAC units and extensive ductwork will be detrimental to the street scene. There is no other such equipment in this wider area, and the proposed equipment will be clearly visible from the street. The proposed equipment is in no way modest in scale or in a discrete position. The fact that the noise and environmental report submitted with the application has serious errors cannot be ignored. Disappointingly, the report states the entire building belongs to the library. This is wrong. The library occupies the ground floor and first floors only. The other 5 floors are residential. The report states that the nearest residential unit to the proposed equipment is Falcon House next door. This is wrong. The nearest residential space is directly above. In fact, this is my apartment, which I have lived in since 2005. There's limited time here to discuss all the errors in the application, but another serious mistake is the inconsistency in the drawings in terms of what the applicant wishes to build. It appears the images from the initial application last year, which was withdrawn, have been mixed up with newer drawings, creating inconsistencies. Lastly, the residents of Beatrix House aren't against the library having a new aircon system. I invite those managing the library to engage in a dialogue with either myself or our managing agent, as there are likely other options which would not be so detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we don't have anyone speaking for the applicant, which is RBKC. So we'll move straight to questions to Mr. West. Colleagues. Yes, Councillor Oretti.
So, what windows does your flat say? Is that double glazed or is it the normal sash windows?
The windows are double glazed.
Right. Right, thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Ali, you go first.
I'd also note that I do open my windows regularly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. West. My question to you is, you're not objecting for the aircon for the library itself. That's not something you are against, but you just want a process and consultation to be done with the residents, including yourself, so that you can reach an agreement that will not have an effect on your way of life or your living condition.
I would absolutely welcome working with people managing the library. I don't know if you're familiar with the rear of this building, but the library on the ground floor, the roof extends back quite a long way, much further than the residential part. And I'm no expert in these matters, but there could well be an option to place this kind of equipment not on the street, not next to the residential parts, but towards the back of the building or even on the roof.
We'll come back to that and we'll ask officers or other options available, but you're not against, that's my question again, you're not against in theory?
No, not at all.
What are your, could you give us a bit more information, your concerns regarding the noise report? Because it's obviously quite important here that residents are not disturbed by the noise. Could you elaborate on that a bit more, please?
Yeah, that's one of the critical issues. I mean, the noise report submitted mistakenly stated that the entire building was the library. That's not the case. That report stated that next door, Falcon House was the closest residential unit to proposed commercial equipment, which is clearly not the case.
So could you point me which page number is that one? Because I know we read the report, but obviously we might miss a few bits points.
So it was the report submitted by the name of the, was it Hans Tucker Associates report?
Is that in the...
Just to clarify, I don't think the objector's referring to the officer's report. This is the technical acoustic report that was provided. It's not within your pack. We don't include them within your committee packs of standard, but it would have been on the council's website along with all the application documents.
But just to clarify, is that true that report stated?
Well, we can move to questions to officers in the next section. Okay, well that's something we'll certainly raise with officers. There's also the case that almost regardless of planning, and it is important that we put these conditions on, well, so let's say regardless of the noise report, there's still conditions regarding the level of noise which have to be adhered to. So even if the noise report got it wrong, those conditions have to be adhered to. And then there's environmental health regulations as well, which we have to adhere to. And both of those are quite strong. So does that alleviate your fears at all about the level of noise? Because I think I would speak for everyone on the committee here when we say it would not be acceptable to have noise which was disruptive to residents, and that would never be acceptable and we'd never grant permission for that.
I think our strong preference would be for a appropriate noise study to be conducted that didn't state that the whole building was commercial, which it isn't.
Okay, well, we'll discuss those points you raised with officers. Aesthetically, I mean, it is a slightly sort of the current view of it. It's not sort of a clean look. There's a few doors and different boxes on there. Is there something specifically which, perhaps something which can be addressed by a condition to improve the aesthetics of the proposed unit?
I don't think so. And what I was surprised by reading the planning officer report was the suggestion that it was relatively minor equipment. I mean, these are two large commercial use HVAC unit with large piping along both sides of the wall, which would be clearly visible from the street and would completely change the character of the space. Reading the officer report, it suggests that it would be shielded from the street by the gates. Now, the gates, as you can see clearly in this image, are very thin metal poles, and the equipment would be visible all day, every day, and the gates are even open for most of the working day.
So what about if something was built around it? You know, some, I don't know if it was, we sometimes have, I forget what they're called, but I'll check with officers, but sort of an acoustic shelter around it which can look better and also helps further attenuate the noise. Would that alleviate some of your concerns?
I believe the HVAC units themselves might have an acoustic shelter, but it doesn't conceal the ugly pipework that will change the character of the space. And as I said before, perfectly open to working with the library to come to some sort of agreement or compromise, but I really do believe the front of the building facing the street is not the best place to put this equipment.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we've heard all your points, and we'll certainly raise a number of them with officers. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. West? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions to officers. I mean, I think there's a few we want to ask, but yeah, Councillor Evans, go ahead.
Yes, it says the equipment installed, that the equipment will run at night, but what are the hours of the library? I don't think they're open at night. Can't we put that in a condition to turn them off?
Yes, the proposal at the moment, they do ask for permission for 24-hour operation. I think it would be entirely reasonable if members thought that actually when the library wasn't in operation, perhaps the equipment didn't need to run, and a condition could be applied to restrict the hours. I don't know what the opening hours are of the library, so I wouldn't want to dictate that within a condition, but we could obviously sort that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not open too late. There would also be a more environmentally friendly solution also to turn it off at night. I think the library closes at sort of 7 or 8 o'clock or something like that. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Ali.
Again, it's going back to the where to put those machines for aircom. Is there any flexibility within the application, perhaps to find out area which will not change the character of the building, as the objector has mentioned, and cause problems for the way of life or the living conditions. Is there anything we can do about that? And or we have to find another time? Of course, the chair is not keen on deferring applications. That we have to make decisions here and there. But is there a way we can find out? Of course, the objector mentioned the roof, but then again, the roof will have an effect on the those who live in on top. So it's compromise. So is there any other space? What I'm trying to say, which is not visible, which can be acceptable to the residents?
I think planning-wise, it's going to be hard to here and now at the committee to suggest moving something to a different space. But Katie.
Yes, exactly that, Chairman. We need to determine what's before us. We might all have opinions about where else it might go, but that's not the decision that needs to be made tonight. I assume a lot of thought's gone into the location and other options will have been explored, but as you mentioned, Councillor Ali, there'll be other implications if it was to go on the roof. How would that then look, and what implications might that have? So I don't want to comment on what's led to the proposal before us. I don't know, but that's what we need to assess tonight.
And we're not here to say this is the best place for it. We're just saying, is it acceptable in planning terms to have it in this space? Yeah. I have a question going back to the points read by Mr. West around the acoustic report, which you would have heard, the fact that it referred to Falcon House as being the closest residential block and didn't refer to the flats above. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes, just to confirm that Mr. West is completely right. The report does wrongly state that it is a library building on all floors. So yes, that is definitely a flaw with the report. I think it's important to remember that the report itself isn't a policy requirement. So within the noise SPD, we provide guidelines of what we expect the report to include. That includes a survey about what the lowest background noise level is. And within that, we then generally say, can you please identify the nearest noise receptors? In an ideal world, that's done and done correctly. However, I'm sure you've all sat in enough committees to know that this is a common topic that comes up, and often perhaps other receptors that should have been picked up and missed. That doesn't mean that the report itself is flawed. Our environmental health team use these reports as a guide. They then apply their own technical expertise and knowledge to that report and to the site context. So the environmental health officer in reviewing this is aware of the residential use above, has considered the report, considered the acoustic enclosure that's been put forward and the mitigation that would provide, and is satisfied that the units can meet our criteria. And just to confirm what that means is any resident living nearby will not be able to hear the equipment because the level generated will be below the lowest background noise level. Should for any reason the equipment go wrong, or actually they install something that isn't in line with what the report suggests, then we have our condition that says basically if the plant becomes audible, something's wrong and it needs to be turned off until that issue is resolved.
And that condition's already recommended, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. Condition 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, these are quite strong and very easily enforceable conditions, and would certainly expect RBKC as the applicant to abide by those conditions, and they would have to. I'm just wondering if we could put an additional condition on around, I don't know exactly, but either have the noise report done, or an additional element of the noise report to reflect the fact that there are residences above, or presumably the environmental health officer knew that when reviewing it, but to perhaps test again against sort of in the knowledge that there are residences directly above.
One possible solution that we do sometimes see is a further condition that requires a compliance report once the plant is installed to show that they can meet the requirements set out in condition 3. So that would be an option. So once the plant's installed, they provide us another report to show that the background noise, that the plants will be operating below that background noise level, which just gives us the extra confidence, I suppose, that you know that condition can be met.
Well, I think that's actually much more rigorous, really, than a noise report, because a noise report sort of, to a certain extent, theoretical, whereas this would be practical. The equipment's in and operating. Let's measure what it actually is giving out and ensure that it's not audible to residents. So I think that's a very good idea to include that condition if colleagues agree. Yes, sorry, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Chair. Just follow up to what you've just mentioned, which is a valuable point. I wish to know answer to this question. When the report, although you've mentioned clearly the report has not affected on the decision making of the decision that we're going to make now. However, if the report itself said there's the whole property or the whole area, it's for the library, for the council, for that matter, for the library. But I would like to know the distance, because it's taken into account the noise level changes with distance. If the report has already been taken into the distance of the objectives flat, which is just above the property, the equation will change. So I would like to know if the report is commissioning with distance, the closest property, or it has been taken as the whole property for the Library of Kensington. So I would like to know the difference, because the noise will change with the distance.
I'll let Ms. Hurrell answer that. One thing I would say is that is a strong benefit of the compliance condition, that it takes all the real factors into account, because once the equipment's installed, then the checks are done there and then with the properties nearest to the equipment to ensure that it's not audible. But I'll let...
But yes, just to confirm that I don't think we would be satisfied that the report identified the nearest sensitive noise receptor, because it wrongly assumed that the whole building is in library use. But as in my earlier answer, our environmental health officer uses that report as a guide and then applies their own technical knowledge and knowledge of the building to then consider all possible sensitive uses nearby. So in coming to their conclusion, they would have considered the nearest receptors, even if they're not specifically identified in the report.
Could I ask a question around the aesthetics of it? So the acoustic enclosure is already part of it. You're absolutely right. So firstly, around the sort of materials and appearance of that, and if that's decided yet, or if that's conditions of that to be agreed, and what's the visibility of the ducting above? It's a little hard. I mean, it's too small an application to expect a sort of full CGI or anything, but just give us an idea of would be visible above that enclosure.
Yep, so we don't have a huge amount of detail about the acoustic enclosure and whether it might have, sometimes you might see, instead of just a painted steel finish, perhaps another layer of enclosure that might hide it better. Sometimes you might see in a rear garden, for example, a timber structure, a brick structure, something like that, which might hide it better. That's not what's proposed. This is just a standard acoustic enclosure at the moment. In terms of the associated piping and ducting, it is quite hard to see from these drawings the sort of the thick an idea of its overall scale.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I mean, in terms of the materials, I'd rather that's agreed by planning officers than just allow the libraries department to go and buy, whatever might happen to be available on the day. So is that something we could have?
Yep, we could certainly add another condition asking for details of the enclosure and any shielding of that prior to its installation.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea if colleagues agree. And I think our opinion would be that it should be as sympathetic as possible to the building and the street. Mm.
The opening hours essentially till 8 o'clock on 3 days, which is Tuesday, Monday, and Thursday. So that's quite a long period. It starts from 9:30 to 8 p.m. Only 3 days. The rest is about till 5 o'clock, but I guess, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think we've obviously got to proceed to a vote. I just want to recap quickly what we're voting on. So we're voting on the application in front of us, plus the conditions. And Katie, could you recap?
Yes, shall I run through them? So it's the 4 conditions recommended in the pack, plus a condition requiring a post-compliance report once the plant is installed to show that it can meet the requirements of condition 3 and therefore won't disturb residents. A condition requiring details prior to the installation of the enclosure, so we understand exactly what that might look like. And then a further condition restricting the hours of operation of the units to match the opening hours of the library only.
Well, I think those give good protections to residents, especially on the sound. I think that is quite rigorous, and that's important. And I think it does give some protections on the aesthetic, perhaps not as much as some residents would like, and I appreciate that, but it does at least provide some additional protection. So I think we have improved it there, but that doesn't mean necessarily that we have to pass it. But to my mind, I think it is now acceptable, but I will let everyone make their own decisions. So, Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. On the basis of what I have mentioned before in terms of the report, which obviously may or may not have impacted the distance of the installation, and not engage with the residents, of course, and to know more about it. And this is the public use of Kensington or Chelsea property or library. I think it should be thorough report on this before I'll say I will grant. So for that based, I will refuse.
Thank you. Councillor Dorian.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Evans.
In favour with conditions.
Councillor Reti.
I might have to refuse, Chair. Just for the fact because I can understand the gentleman's concerns about the noise, and I would rather see a proper report before being applied. So I refuse. Thanks.
Understood, and I'm in favour. So that passes 3-2 with those additional conditions that we laid out. Thank you very much for your time. We now move to 60 Phil Beach Gardens.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, move the slides along. So the application site is number 60 Field Beach Gardens, which is in residential use, split into flats. It's proposed to install a wheelchair platform lift at the entrance to the property. I've put the elevational drawing on the screen there. You might want to also refer to your pack. It might be a bit clearer. It's quite hard to see, but adjacent on the right-hand side of the front entrance, you should be able to just see the proposed lift when it's not in use. It would be folded up and located adjacent to the existing railings. This is the proposed floor plan, which will help clarify that. So when the platform is in use, it folds down. So I'll direct you to the vertical red box that you can see. That's the lift platform folded down. It then moves on a rail down and around onto the pavement with the horizontal red box at the bottom of the screen that shows the platform lift out onto the pavement there. These are some example images from the manufacturer's website and brochure to give you an idea of how it would look. So there's the top left one in use. The bottom left shows it folded down, ready to be used. And then the right-hand image is how it would sit against the railings when not in use. And lastly, hopefully the most helpful photograph perhaps, just to show you the application site and the street context. The application site's the non-painted red brick one in the middle there, and you can see the entrance. It's quite a long entrance, and the steps. There's 2 little steps there up to the front door. I think it's important just to note that the officer's report is clear that we do think that this creates some harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area. We're clear that there is less than substantial harm. Clearly, this is a new feature, a feature you wouldn't necessarily expect to see at the front of a property. It would be the only one in this stretch. Where there is less than substantial harm, the NPPF is clear that we then need to take into account any public benefits that might be associated with the development. And in this instance, we've given enough weight to the fact that the building would become accessible to someone who needs to use a wheelchair for their mobility, that benefit would outweigh the less than substantial harm. Key to this decision, however, is the recommended condition, you'll note, which makes this a personal permission. So that means that essentially they can have the platform lift for as long as the applicant lives in the building. Should they vacate, and whenever that is, the platform lift would need to be removed and everything made good as it once was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Froment speaking, hello, as an objector. So if you give me 1 second. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, councillors. First of all, I am a neighbour at number 61, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of 61 Philbeach Gardens, the Philbeach Residents Association and the Earls Court Society. It's with a heavy heart that we are united against the proposal in its current form. While we support keeping residents at home, this design is insensitive and hasn't consulted the other residents or neighbours. It also fails the strict requirements of the Philbeach Conservation Area. The application is scant, raising more questions than answers. Permission should not be granted until further details are given, allowing the full impact to be assessed. How will step-free access be provided from the front door to the platform? The lowering of the front door step noted in the officer's report will not achieve this and may result in a trip hazard. Will the track be mounted on the historic railings or be freestanding on posts? And how will it look? Photos on the company's website look ugly. There are post-mounted ones in particular look quite ugly and out of keeping with the Victorian buildings and railings. Where will the platform be stored when the user is out? The officer's report wrongly states it will be on the porch, but the diagram clearly shows it will be folded on the pavement outside 61. The property porch and steps where the stairlift would go don't belong to the applicant, but to the Notting Hill Trust. The Trust does not seem to have been consulted, neither have the owners of number 61 about the track wrapping round outside their property. The applicant lives in the basement and has to climb stairs to the ground floor. This proposal addresses only the comparatively minor problem of 3 small well-spaced steps between the front door and the pavement, which he currently manages unaided, as we see him coming and going with his mobility scooter. The impact on the other residents, including an elderly lady and a mother with babies and young children, has not been considered. The track cannot be fixed to the historic cast iron railings, which are old and brittle and not load-bearing. If it is to be mounted on its own post, there is no information about their appearance, placement or visual impact on the Victorian terrace. The design shows that when the user is out, the platform will be left on the pavement and folded against the neighbour's property. This is unacceptable, unsightly, and would obscure the residents' parking notice mounted there. It would protrude over the pavement, become a public hazard and attract antisocial behaviour. How can we be sure that the platform will be folded up when not in use and not left open on the pavement or porch? Also, a fault could develop, causing the platform to stick in the open position, perhaps on the turn onto the pavement, causing a serious hazard to emergency services and the public. We are very sympathetic to the applicant's problems, but we know of more discreet solutions in line with the Philbeach Conservation Area. Like me, the applicant has his own private entrance into the basement, so a vertical lift could be installed to bring him directly from the basement to the pavement with no impact on the steps, pavement or residents. Were this plan to consulted properly, it would have our total support. For all these reasons, please refuse this application and encourage the applicant to explore other less damaging proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we don't have anyone speaking for the applicant, so we move straight to questions to Mr. Fromont. Yes, Councillor Evans.
Could you clarify, because you say that the applicant lives in the basement, so
Yes.
why does he need this?
That's exactly one of the points we're making.
Well,
I mean,
what
he lives
has
in the
he
basement.
said? What does he say he wants it for? To go upstairs to visit neighbors?
No,
or?
no, no. This lift runs from the front door of the building down a very shallow flight of steps. There's only 3 little tiny steps to get him from the front door of the building down to the pavement. He lives in the basement. He's got to get up from the basement up to the ground floor before he can use this lift. So the other proposals I mentioned would be a lift which brings him straight up from the basement to the railings. And that wouldn't impinge on anything, would actually seem to suit him much, much better than this would, in my judgment.
If this was you, would you accept this application if you were the person who was disabled or physically impaired?
I mean, I don't think this is tackling his big problem, as far as I can judge it, so it doesn't seem to me to be a good solution to his problem. I think his problem is much bigger than this is trying to tackle. I think his problem is how to get up from the basement to the ground floor, at least to the pavement directly.
Any other questions? Councillor Oretti?
Yeah, I don't have the information, but is the applicant the managing agent or the freeholder?
Well, it depends exactly what you mean by the applicant. The application has been put in by an agency based in Lily Road, but on behalf of a resident who lives in a rented property in the building which is owned by the Notting Hill Trust,
Right,
a housing association.
So the resident is not a leasehold, is essentially a renting?
Yes.
Right, okay, a tenant, basically.
Tenant, yes.
Right, okay. Thanks.
Just to check the length of it, is your understanding that it runs from the front door down to roadside?
No, it doesn't go as far as the front door, as you can see on the diagram up there. The front door is towards the top of that diagram. Yes, there. And then there's a stretch, so there's a step down from the front door onto that top bit above where the platform, where the lift starts. And then there's another step just at the position where the lift starts. So the lift actually only really covers the bottom step, which is at pavement level.
I mean, this isn't, you don't have to answer this, so I can bring it with officers, but sorry, if you go back a slide. Yeah, but perhaps is your understanding that he would come, sort of with the mobility scooter or wheelchair, whatever it is, would come along the top,
Yes.
and then that could be, the lift could be raised up and he goes
Yes.
onto that, and then it's lifted down, goes along, and then it's lifted down again a second time onto the pavement. Is that right?
So I'm not don't think that's quite my understanding.
Okay.
So my understanding is that when folded down for use, in the position where that top rectangle is, I think he would be able to roll directly from the upper part of the porch onto that. So I think it's slightly above ground level, and I think in line with the upper part of the porch. And then it comes down and comes round that and over that last step at the bottom, and then goes around the corner onto the pavement. So it only actually drops through by one step, as far as I can see. He's still got to get out of the building, which has a sill, so he's got to step over that to get onto his platform.
Is that at the front door?
Yes.
Yeah. And does his staircase to his flat in the basement go from, is it within the building? So does he leave by the front door, or does he have an external access?
He has external access. So if you see on the left-hand side near the pavement on that diagram, there's a gate. Yes, there. And that's the gate which, there are steps which then go down to his basement. But there's also, the way the configuration is, there's also a gap that's certainly big enough that a lift could go vertically up from the basement up to the railings.
Yeah, that's helpful. Any other questions?
Yes, exactly.
Well, yeah, this is obviously just of the lift. It's not of Phil Beach Gardens, probably in California or something. Right, any other questions to Mr. Froment? No. Okay, in which case proceed questions to officers. Colleagues. I'll ask one. So I think it's a fair point. I mean, we're saying that that this doesn't really fit in with the conservation area, but that the report says that is outweighed by the benefits, access benefits to the person with the disability. So actually, although it's quite unusual for this committee, what those benefits are to that person is relevant to the case. So if he lives, do we have any idea how he intends to get up from the basement, up those stairs, steeper stairs, to make use of the lift?
I'm afraid we don't as part of this submission. So no, I wouldn't know how he'd plan to do that. Perhaps there's further proposals coming forward. I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, as I say, it's highly unusual, and normally that would be none of our business. But in this case, I think it actually is our business, just because we are talking about outbalancing the conservation aspects with the benefits. Without further information on that, I would be inclined either to defer or to reject and allow another application to come back. But colleagues, other questions? Yeah, Councillor Ali.
I understand your point, and it's difficult for us to reject an application of some individuals or members of the public residents with a disability. But at the same time, if there is another way to deal with it, for example, the rear door or the basement door, and that can be lift there, so that it will not affect other residents, then something could be considered. So I think it would be good to find out the option, if we can have the other door you've mentioned from the basement to the ground floor, if the lift can be fitted in there. And well, it would be a point for the conservation as well as disruption to the other residents. But if there was no solution for that, which we don't know, then it's the benefit of supporting all residents and making sure that everyone have accessibility to their properties. And on that reason, I would support the application. But I would like to know if there was another way of doing it. If not, then
yeah.
I'm afraid I'll have to support them.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I think that's a problem I'm facing, that there's just too much we don't know. So it's very hard to actually assess what the benefit is and if this is the right solution. So I mean, I think I'm minded, and colleagues may disagree, to not accept the application and allow the resident to come back with more information. They might come back with the same scheme, just with more information as to why this really does present a real benefit to them, or they might come back with a different application which solves the problem in a different way. But there's just a bit too much we don't know, I think. Does anyone else have any thoughts?
Yes, I do. Would it be appropriate to have Notting Hill Trust involved, or Adult Social Services to advise? I know it's just that it's a special case, and we need to know the other options. This is just one plan, and maybe there are other options.
Well, yeah, I think that's a good point. Well, I think certainly in terms of the actual official decision, it would be to approve or reject, or potentially to defer. But we can certainly ask officers to ask the relevant council services to see if there is assistance that we can provide in helping them come to a solution, and it might well be that adult social care can assist in that. So I think that makes sense that we make that note. Yes, Councillor Riley.
I agree with you, Chair, and I think it's the option for us will be here whether to grant it or to support the residents or to defer it, to find more information about it, and if there was any support, then if we come to the conclusion, or the officers come to the conclusion that there's no another way to support residents, however difficult it is for some abled bodies, I think we will have to support, but we cannot do that now until we get that evidence of other exit. If we can, if the other exit can be utilized, then that's fine. So I agree with you to defer this one to get more information. But if we cannot get more information, then I would take the view to support it.
Okay, so Ms. Harrell, can you provide some advice, having heard our conversation? Do you think we're likely to be able to get the level of information we need through a deferral, or actually would we need to, well, I know you can't tell us how to vote, but if we rejected it, would that be a better way of allowing them to come back with a much larger amount of information?
I mean, both are available options to you. If you were to refuse it, I would encourage you to think carefully about how you worded a reason for refusal, and would encourage you to think about perhaps wording it as failure to demonstrate that the public benefit would outweigh, and that allows them the opportunity, should they resubmit, to then overcome that by giving us the information to demonstrate that there would be sufficient public benefit. But what I'm hearing from you this evening is that actually you don't feel like you are able to properly make an assessment about that public benefit, that you don't have the information you need to really determine what weight you want to give that. So a deferral might be the better option of the two, to give the applicant perhaps a fairer chance to provide that for you.
Okay, well, I'm happy with that. As Councillor Harley knows, I don't normally like deferrals, but on this occasion, I think that might make sense. So we don't need to take a vote on a deferral, or do we?
Yes, you do.
We do need to take a vote on a deferral.
So you vote on the recommendation and then you vote on the deferral.
So that we, instead of saying approve or reject, we would say defer. Yeah. Okay. In which case we move to a vote. Councillor Ali? Defer. Councillor Durian?
To defer.
Defer. Councillor Evans?
Defer.
Councillor Rossi?
Abstain.
Abstain or defer?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay. And I vote to defer. So that's 4 to defer and 1 to abstain. And thank you very much for your time. It's been very, very helpful. We now proceed to 40 Hillgate Place.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is seeking planning permission for erection of a lower ground floor extension, partial upper ground floor, and first floor extension at the rear, and then the lower ground floor extension at the front, and installation of a roof light. This is the application site location plan, with the application outlined in red and the area view showing where the application sits within the terrace. I would like to point out that the property to the left-hand side, number 38, has got planning permission and currently is being completed for the same extension as now proposed at number 40. Is the photographs of the rear extension. So the application side is on the right-hand side, with the trellis above the closet wing, and then number 38 is on the left-hand side. This is the views from the terrace looking towards the gardens and the rear properties, and the photograph on the right-hand side shows the existing closet wing of number 38. This photograph shows the views from the application side towards number 42. This is the existing and proposed lower ground floor plan. The plan on the bottom shows the infill extension at the lower ground floor level, and the front extension within the same level. The proposed ground floor showing the infill extension with being set back by 500 millimeters. And then that's the existing proposed first floor plan. The existing roof plan and proposed roof plan showing the proposed roof light. The existing section showing the existing terrace. And then the proposed section showing the proposed terrace with an increased extension to the closet wing by 470 millimeters. And this is the existing section, and then the proposed section showing the extensions. This is the existing and proposed rear elevations showing the proposed extension at the lower ground level and the proposed extension at the ground level with the terrace above the closet wing, which is also proposed to be increased in height by 470 millimeters. And the existing and proposed front elevation showing the replacement windows at the front and the door within the front lower ground floor extension. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Steedman with us. Hello. Thank you for waiting. I know it's been a late night. You have 3 minutes, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair, and yes, it's been a long evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to express our concerns about this application. We live in number 42. The developer responsible for this application completed the similar upgrade to the neighbouring property on the other side, number 38, last year. So this is a developer moving along the street. These houses in Hillgate Place are historic, they are fragile, they have no foundations. The party wall is just 1 brick thick. We know this because a drill bit goes right through the wall. The walls are supported on earth, and there's a high groundwater table under the street, which creates high groundwater pressure under the basements. It's vital that the environmental issues of the proposed works are carefully assessed at planning. The drawings in this application lack critical information that needs to be considered for planning and to control overdevelopment later. There is no information on these drawings about the depth of the foundations or the design solution to manage the groundwater flows, the potential flooding, which we have already experienced since number 38 was completed, and the undermining of our property. Lowering the basement floor level as proposed, in addition to excavating for the new floor slab and foundations, will create a new level difference of at least half a basement between 40 and 42. You don't see that because you can't see the cross-section through all the houses. I'm a civil engineer. This will have a serious environmental impact on the water flows under our house and in the street itself in Hillgate Place, but it's been ignored in the application. SUD's sustainable urban drainage is one thing, but the environmental impact of high groundwater pressure is quite another, and the drawings need to include that full detail so that they can be built as shown on the drawings. Secondly, there's insufficient information on the drawings to enable us, or indeed anyone, to confirm that the raising of the roof terrace by 470 millimeters is limited to that amount. The elevations on the drawing have no datum. The parapet of the roof terrace is shown as being plus 51 meters, where it's actually plus 33.8 meters above datum. I included this information in my objection, but it was not included in your report. So without a datum, these elevations on the drawings are meaningless. There are several stories you could imagine up to plus 51. There are very simple solutions to this, and all we're asking is it's addressed now, please, to avoid arguments later on. Finally, we note that the planning officers consider the raising of the parapet for the roof terrace by 470 millimeters to have no material effect. There's no necessity for the roof terrace to be raised by that amount except for vanity. The developer wants to align the deck level of the roof terrace outside the back of number 40 with the floor of the main bedroom at the front of the house. It will also block any sunshine that we get in our kitchen window forever. It's unnecessary for the roof terrace to be raised this much to achieve the benefits the developer wants inside the property, but it will have a serious environmental impact on our enjoyment of our own kitchen, as I'm sure you would feel if this were happening to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Mr. McGarity here for the applicant. We went to 3.5 minutes there, so you have 3.5 minutes if you need it as well, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. As I've said, my name is Jeff McGarity, planning consultant working on behalf of the client at number 40 Hillgate Place. I think that going through the objections that have been made about the application, there are two kind of key themes, one being the design of the proposals, but then also the amenity, which the next door neighbour has raised. Now, and I think the important thing, the key thing about this is understanding the true impact of the amenity. But firstly, I'll cover the point about the 470 mil upward extension of the existing closet wing. To an extent, maybe not in the exact same words, the objector has said that the increase of the height is to facilitate an internal change to provide suitable levels of floor-to-ceiling heights. As they are currently, the floor-to-ceiling heights are very dark, dreary, and make it not a very pleasant place to be internally. So there is an extension of floor-to-ceiling height, but on the outside, where the planning application has and the planning committee has control, 47 centimetres will not affect daylight and sunlight in any detrimental level. Will there be an effect? Potentially, but we're talking about very, very, very small percentages, because we're talking about something that is probably about that high as an increase. Apologies for the bluntness, but in terms of the rest of the development, and in terms of mention of groundwater, it's not been a validation requirement in any application in Hillgate Place. We've dealt with a number of them, and the committee has allowed various different applications in this area without that information as well. So that's just a minor point just to make. Fundamentally, the application has been thoroughly assessed by officers, and we've been in constant contact with officers about the assessment and about some of the concerns raised by the objectors. We have proven that the proposals are compliant with planning policy CL9 in terms of the design, in terms of the proportions of the scheme, and then also in terms of the impact on the conservation area. There's no detrimental harm considered, or and it preserves and enhances the conservation area by definition. And then in terms of the impact on amenity, measures have been taken to mitigate the impact on amenity through opaque glazing. That has been discussed widely this evening for the proposed 2 new windows, and we have also ensured that and proven that there won't be any impact on amenity that is greater than what is there already in terms of the roof terrace and in terms of the proposed new windows. It is quite a densely built up area. It is something that we appreciate, and that's why we have designed it in this manner. I also would disagree with what the objector said in the sense of saying there is a half-story difference between their property and the applicant's. There's nothing we can do about topography. If we're on a slight hill, there's nothing we can do about that. And then furthermore, the extension is acceptable in planning policy terms, I can see.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, questions? Councillor Ali.
Thank you. It's about the drilling and flooding in the issue we had in RBKC lately, and it's just coming back whenever basement and anything relating to the development has been mentioned. I would like to hear from you as the agent, what mitigation has been done in terms of flooding and the problem it could cause for future planning for residents and neighbouring properties.
Well, for an application of this size and an application in an area which is actually located in flood zone 1, within the borough. There's not actually a requirement, and that we were never requested to provide that information because it's not a validation requirement as part of the application. Again, as I've said, I've been in a couple of committees representing clients in this location, and this has never been raised as a potential issue, in my experience anyway, in this area. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that there has been anecdotal evidence of issues in this area. What I am saying is that we have designed the scheme, and we have got building regulations that we have to comply with in terms of hydrology, and if there is an issue, then we will have to come back and maybe potentially vary the design, hypothetically. But we have not been required or requested by the local authority to provide that information because of the location. It's not in a critical drainage area either, is my understanding, and we have not been requested to provide that information. We also do have that SUDS condition, and I appreciate what the objector has said, that they are slightly different, nuanced issues. But again, we have not been requested that to provide that information, despite the discussions with the local authority.
Yep.
Quick question to the objector. You've mentioned the developer has been around there before, and it's not the first time the developer developed properties in the local area. As you're well aware of, we cannot stop developers to do what they do, and because of the problems or the noise that they may cause. But I would like to know if there is a way that residents like yourself or neighbors could accept some sort of variation to the development that will release the pressure, or at least make it less stressful than it is now.
Thank you for an excellent question. The most important thing we've learnt is that the planning drawings really matter. The reports don't matter, the drawings matter. So the detail on the drawings is absolutely vital. If it's absent or inaccurate, then that leads to arguments and disputes downstream, which go on and cost people a lot of money and time. If the drawings are complete and accurate at this point, then it's much easier for neighbours and residents and others to deal with. So that's one of the reasons I flagged the inaccuracies in the drawings and the gaps in the drawings, often in this problem of foundations, and we've talked this evening about that. The problem with these basements is flotation, because the ground is saturated. So there are two separate things here. One is around urban drainage, which is around dealing with flash flooding and runoff, and the second is about the fact that the ground is saturated and there's very high water pressure under the basements that comes up into the older houses, but of course not into the houses that have the new foundation slabs. So it's the neighbours who suffer the long-term risk of damage to their properties, but that's not considered in planning at all. It's only the property on the drawing that's considered. The long-term risk comes from groundwater pressure affecting cracking of neighbouring properties that are still old and underdeveloped. So accuracy of the drawings is really fundamental. In this situation, I was asking and hoping that a condition could be imposed that would restrict the vanity project of the raising of the rear terrace by the full amount. We accept that it needs to be raised to achieve the developer's ambitions internally, but not by the full amount. Thank you.
Councillor Rossi.
Thank you. Question to Mr. Steedman, and then probably potentially the agent could counter that question. You talked about the recent developments nearby, number 38 and other things which have similar structures as such. I believe those houses have similar foundation, pre and post development. So in terms of the foundations, in terms of the thickness of your walls, obviously, it would be the same, as opposed to thick walls. So if the previous developments have been okay, or sort of no sort of issues post-development with your flooding, as you just pointed out, what sort of issues other than what you just raised could probably potentially be evolved, in the future? Thanks.
Thank you. So in Number 36, which was obviously adjoining number 38, there was quite significant cracking caused by the construction works in number 38. This is settlement cracking. So the underpinning which happens is a necessary part of the process, of course, and that is in the end going to improve the quality of the foundation of all the properties in the end. But the main issue there is the temporary period during which the scale of the development, where effectively the entire back of the house has to be stripped out, like a commercial development where you're left with a front, because this developer is aligning the floors. So really only the front of the house is left and the rear of the house is removed, and a frame will have to be put in. And it's the frame and all of that disruption that has the impact on the adjoining properties. The underpinning needs to be carefully defined, and that's something I appreciate that comes after the planning approval process. But the residual problem is the lack of any information about how the house itself is connected to the drainage system in the street. And that's where the flooding has come from since these properties were developed, because the sewers in the street are fixed, but they're not shown on the drawings. So how, as you dig down your basement, you connect into the existing sewer system for the runoff is something that is not clear in the drawings. And this is where some of the risks come from. Thank you.
Would you like to respond to that one? Thanks.
I think that in terms of going to the objective's final point, in terms of connection to utilities, in terms of sewage and foul drainage and everything like that, again, we're excavating by 500 millimeters again at the ground floor and the lower ground floor, and so the ambition is that the sewage systems, we're not proposing to change them. We've set out in the application form we're going to connect to existing sewage and foul drainage systems, so that's what we are going to do. I'm no expert in foul drainage. I don't know exactly how it's going to be connected, and it wouldn't be right of me to say so, but we have a commitment from the applicant that is the ambition.
Just to follow up, Chairman, follow up on the underpinning, and also I think the objector, Mr. Steedman, just raised the point why were in the drawings presented in the report. Is that something you have it, you didn't present it, or
Sorry, on that. Could you just clarify that?
Sorry. The objector just raised a point about the clear drawings of your plan, whether it's the sewage or the structural drawing. So just want to understand why that was either ignored or...
Well, it's not a case of it's ignored. It's just that with planning applications, we have to supply planning drawings. Those, once they are, if planning permission is granted, that's whenever the structural drawings and those details start being pulled through, unless it's a validation requirement for specific issues. You sometimes have that if you're tearing down like with listed buildings, to ensure that you can keep the facade, the front facade, for an example, up. So again, we're doing a relatively kind of minor extension, and so that it would kind of tend to be kind of above and beyond what would be expected as part of a planning application. As part of the application package, do we have them? No. And I personally haven't seen sight of them because I doubt they would have been prepared until planning permission is granted, because they wouldn't want to instruct somebody to prepare that.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Steedman. Sorry, could you recap the areas where you feel the drawings are either wrong or don't show enough detail, please?
Thank you, Chair. The drawings show no detail of the foundations nor the proximate location of the sewage and the foul drainage in the street, which would enormously help an understanding of how they're going to connect this building. The architect's drawings that you see for planning in the basements are just typically just lines on a drawing. They're not an attempt at a thickness of a slab or a connection to drainage. So whether that's necessary here, my request is that there is more detail shown of the connections to the sewers, the SUDS drainage system, and how that works, because it's very sensitive to the approval of this project. Secondly, that the elevations shown on the drawing, which look very impressive, are actually about 18 metres higher than the building is. If you look on an Ordnance Survey map, it will show you that the elevation of the street is about 31 metres above sea level, and it's shown as plus 50 metres on the drawing. So that's just because the datum is not indicated. Or similarly, a condition could be imposed to put a mark on the wall so that it's very clear to building control that the raising of the closet wing was indeed within the approved amount. Simple solutions are perfectly possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in terms of the first point there, the drawings of sewage and foul drainage, what are the advantages or disadvantages of having that reviewed by the relevant officers in the post-planning process versus having it in the before a decision is made process?
In the absence of anything more than an architect's line on a drawing at planning, there follows a huge dispute later on between the developer, their engineers and architects and the neighbours, because there is nothing there, and suddenly there's a discussion that, oh, actually we have to dig a lot deeper than we thought, and in fact we'll just lower the floor a little bit further and nobody will notice. And we've had experience of this in the street. So it's the ambiguity that's caused by a simple architect's line which leads to further excavation and further complications later on, because it's not addressed at this early stage. The same is true for the closet wing in this drawing, which just shows an architect's line. It doesn't indicate whether that is the top of the decking or the bottom or the top of the slab. It's not clear at all in the drawing. So this lack of definition at this stage leads to disputes and arguments downstream, which could easily be addressed at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then just a question for Mr. McGarrity. In terms of the height of the rear parapet, which Mr. Steedman was referring to earlier, could you go over that he's worried will reduce light into his kitchen window, the requirement for it to be at the height it's at, and whether it could actually be a bit lower?
The requirement, it basically internally, the floor to ceiling heights internally are quite low in terms of the way people now want to live with modern living. We want it to be a touch higher from floor to ceiling. And this will provide a higher quality internal layout, and this also allows a bit more light in. We're using obviously opaque glazing on the rear, but it allows a bit more light into what will be the proposed new kitchen. It's in terms of the increase, again, we're talking about about 47 centimeters. It's with all due respect, and I understand where the objector is coming from. In reality, we're talking about the height of 6 bricks, and so and their associated mortar. It is not a significant height increase, and the chances of it causing any harm, and this is something that officers have assessed and looked at specifically because of the objections that have been raised. It is not considered to have any impact on the daylight or sunlight of their kitchen in real terms.
Just to clarify, is the increase in height entirely to achieve higher ceilings inside, or is there an additional increase beyond that, a purely external increase to sort of parapet or?
The parapet itself, so from where the existing parapet is, and I appreciate what the objector is saying about the datum points, but if you look at the drawings, I don't know if you have them, apologies if you don't, but the datum point that we have for the top of the parapet as existing is 51 metres. It will then be increased to 51,470. So that is the 47 centimetres that we were talking about. So the top of the parapet where will be 47 centimetres higher than the existing top of the parapet. And then obviously you'll have the railings on top, but that is something that the client already kind of has in the form of a trellis rather than black railings.
But in terms of the increase in height, sorry, just to be completely clear,
Okay.
it's been done entirely to achieve higher internal ceilings rather than...
Yes, and then kind of also for that, yes, and to ensure that the appropriate kind of servicing and everything can flow through the house as well. Yes.
And just the objectors, is that it doesn't make it right or wrong, but is that your understanding as well?
Yes, the design shows a solution that is intended to flow through from the outside of the house through to the inside of the house at the same deck level. The point about daylight is well taken. What I said in my comments was that there will never be any sunlight in our kitchen ever again because it only rises briefly around that period. So we lose the sun. Thank you.
There's lots of different things within this case, so it can always be tempting just to move on, but there are a couple of points more detail I'd like to pick out. So what's the material planned for the rear doors? Is it they're due to be painted white, but they're metal currently, is that right?
So that only applies for the lower ground floor. So all the fenestration patterns and the door that will lead from the first floor out to the terrace, it will be timber framed. At lower ground floor, there is an existing. There will be proposed a metal. Metal kind of crittle style bifold door. We've seen various different styles of doors put in at the lower ground floor level, and that can be seen on this side of Hillgate Place and the opposite as well.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, Mr. Seidman, I know you can't speak for all the objectors, but in your mind, aesthetically at the rear, is there conditions which would improve on materials or whatever else which would improve it?
Aesthetically, from the rear, what is clear is the gradual stepping up with the topography that the agent mentioned, and that is broken in this solution because of the 470 millimeters rising. That is broken. So you don't see a gradual step up anymore of the wings leading up to 42. So that's one issue. On the lower basement, I would say it is difficult to see from anyone else's gardens. I think that's correct. It's not obvious whether the proposal is to paint the gable white, as the developer did on number 38. I think it's not clear on the drawings whether that is left as brick or is to be painted white. And then there's the new window in the proposed kitchen in the rear closet wing, which overlooks directly the properties below, but is to be, over three-quarters of it is to be opaque glass. And I think that it would address the resident living in Farm Place. They would feel less overlooked. Thank you.
The fact that it will be opaque glass.
Yes, the proposal for a new window in the first instance was quite worrying to the neighbours who are directly below on Farm Place, but I understand in the conditions around the opaque glass that would address that issue by and large. These houses are very close together, there's no doubt about that, and it's very difficult to look out of anybody's window and not be looking into someone else's window. They are very, very close together, and it was one of the points I made in my objection around the raising of the closet wing, is that people look directly into our main bathroom, very close by, within a couple of metres. So that's that. On the roof level, I think that the proposals are satisfactory. There was a much bigger argument over number 38, but that was resolved in the end.
And just in terms of the stepping, because I think in the report it says that the roof line, because that was obviously raised in the objections, says the roof line of these buildings are not stepped. and the proposals are considered to be in keeping with this group. And when it says these buildings, it's referring to, well, yeah, the applicant and the ones either side. So what's the current situation between those three buildings? Is it all, each one stepped up?
The roof lines are not so obviously stepped, and certainly not from the front elevation. On the rear, you can't see here, but it's the terraces which have now become the norm on the rear of the closet wing. And I appreciate many decades ago they weren't there at all, but they've become the norm. And you see in number 38 with the railings, the solution that I expect is proposed also for number 40, the very much higher railings that you see today compared to the older railings. So the whole effect of raising by 470 millimetres is compounded by the large scale of these new iron railings, which are no doubt a regulatory requirement. But it's the fact that the terrace themselves, the parapets on each, is stepping up. And then what happens now is that number 38 becomes higher than number 42, and there we are stuck in the corner. So it drops down again against the topography.
Okay. So that exists as is with number 38 since their recent development?
Yes, 38 was raised, I think, also for 47 centimetres. And now the idea is proposed to raise number 40, which takes it significantly above 42, and that's the end of that. So you end up with you lose the stepping that, well, we've already lost it, I suppose, with 38 is the argument, isn't it?
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Colleagues, any more questions? A lot of elements to this case. No. Okay, in which case we'll proceed to questions to officers. I have a few, but would anyone else like to? Yes, Councillor Evans.
Are you satisfied with the drainage?
Thank you. So in terms of the planning policy, our policy is quite clear that we would require a flood risk assessment for applications within the critical drainage area and within the flood zone 2 and 3. This application is not within the critical drainage area and is within the flood zone 1. Therefore, flood risk assessment was not required as part of the application. In terms of the SATs, there is a condition attached to the recommended condition requiring information about the SATs and seek some improvement in terms of the groundwater. And that is really the maximum we could do from the planning perspective.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to you in 1 second, Kazim. I just wanted to follow up on that point. Could we, just in terms of the flood assessment, I understand what you say regarding our policy, but given some of the things we've heard, particularly around the sort of fragile nature of the buildings, and the lifting effect that can have, the water pressure can have on them, as well as sort of recent flooding issues, which wouldn't have been known about when the policy was written. Would it be reasonable to ask for a flood assessment in this case as a condition?
In my opinion, it would be unreasonable given that we've got the clear policies there when we can require flood risk assessments. In terms of underground system, that will be covered by the building control. So if there are any issues, they will be covered by them rather than planning. I understand it would be much help to have it, but that's my opinion. I'm not sure whether.
Okay, just I think flooding is a very live concern in the borough, and I can see how this area would be particularly concerned about it. In terms of the drawings that we heard about, the lack of drawings of how the sewage and foul drainage are going to connect. Can you explain, would those drawings need to be provided and approved by officers, though it wouldn't require further consultation before planning could commence or before construction could commence? Is that correct?
So those drawings will be approved also by building control rather than planning. So from the planning perspective, the information we've got, they are acceptable and we are able to make the assessment. We compare the existing and proposed plans and we can see where the extensions are going and how high they're going to go in terms of the relationship with the existing property. But in terms of any structure drawings, that will be something that the planning officer could approve.
Sorry, there would be building control.
Yeah.
The building control would approve that?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I've another one or two questions, but Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make this very brief. I understand the ceiling for agent or anyone wants to have a high ceiling, they can go as high as they want, as long as they're not causing problem for adjacent or next properties. In this matter, this condition, they are affecting the kitchen the kitchen, the lighting of the kitchen of the neighboring property. That could be itself a problem for living condition of others. And I heard Mr. Steedman have mentioned about 0.4 centimeters or measurement that he can agree with, and that can help him, or at least have some sort of sunlight. Can that be conditioned? That's my question. Will that affect the application? That's the one thing I would like to know. If not, is there any way for both the agent and objector to have that discussion about it before we make a decision?
So in terms of any amendments to the application, we wouldn't be able to take that into consideration as part of this meeting. We have to make the assessment based on the drawings we've got in front of us. In terms of the impact of that extension to a closet wing, it is a modest uplift in terms of that height. So the office's consideration is that due to that modest extension and the prevailing character within the area, it is quite tight space. There wouldn't be a harmful impact in terms of the light.
Just follow up to that. Yes, I understand it's a modest. However, if the modest also affects residents, then it will be a problem for others. Also, privacy issue. Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
In terms of the privacy issues, there are conditions to create an obscure glazed windows for the 9 panels on the proposed 2 windows on the ground floor levels, which would reduce any overlooking to the neighboring properties, because there will be obscure glazed panels, so you wouldn't be able to look out or in. The only normal glazed windows, the panels will be the top 3 on this window within the closet wing and the window within the new infill extension. So in terms of the privacy from those new windows, that has been covered by the condition with the obscure glaze. And then in terms of the extension, it has been taken into consideration the impact on the neighboring properties, and our recommendation was that there wouldn't be a harmful impact as to warrant a refusal.
Yes, I see the privacy issue has been dealt with in terms of the glassing and stuff, but the lighting of their kitchen hasn't been dealt with, or the loss of sunlight.
I think from our assessment, we didn't consider to be harmful, giving the modest extension and the prevailing character.
I have a couple more questions. So the step up, which we heard about, I mean, I can see how that is a sort of valuable contribution to the look and feel of the conservation area, but is it that the fact that with 38 that relationship has been lost, is that why we're not objecting to it being lost here?
Yes, I believe that was the assessment made by the officer, that the closet wing would not extend any higher than other extensions within the terrace. and it would be in line with number 38. So in terms of the character within the terrace, that already relationship has changed.
Okay, so there's not a nice gradual stepping effect currently, as you...
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then another point was around the discrepancies of level above sea level. Is there a way, how do we ensure that 470 millimetres is what's built?
So unfortunately, that would also follow under the building regulation, building control regulation. From the planning perspective, we can see where the extension will end. So from our assessment, we could be comfortable with the development. Datum, it is not a requirement to be provided as part of the drawings, but from the planning perspective.
Okay.
So with the building control, they would have to provide a more structure information about the extension and provide the datum as well.
Okay, just in terms of, hypothetically, if we were, we hope it never comes to this, but hypothetically, if we would take enforcement at some point, how would we be judging whether it was in line with what was agreed or not? Do we measure it relative to something on the property next door, or?
I think we would then measure from the ground level up, and then how far extending beyond the existing extension number 38 and the 42.
So we'd measure it against the street level.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think it needs to be conditioned or anything, but I think we just need to be clear that we know how high it is above street level currently, and that we would allow, if we pass this, we would allow 470 millimetres additional. Yeah. Okay, so hopefully the discrepancy around sea level shouldn't be an issue, and in any case, hopefully that will be solved through the building control process. I'm just going to return one more time to flooding, because I think there are some very valid concerns raised, and I would certainly feel a bit more comfortable if that had been properly investigated. A flooding, I think, a flooding report wouldn't necessarily have to come back to committee, but I think a thorough flooding report which officers could review and then make allowance for, because I appreciate there's a policy, but a policy can't legislate for every street, every house, and there have been good points raised as to why a flooding, sort of further flooding investigation is required here.
Yes, if I just jump in there. I mean, Julia is right. If you read our policy literally, then there is no requirement for a flood risk assessment in this case. However, if members are concerned enough and think there are site-specific reasons here why it might be warranted to ask for one, then it's entirely within your gift to apply a condition requiring one. We have our standard condition. We can ask for it prior to the commencement of the development to give you the security that I think you're looking for.
Well, I think that would certainly be a good idea. Do any colleagues disagree with that? Yeah, so requiring a flood risk assessment. I'm trying to think if I've gone through everything. Colleagues, do you have any other issues you wanted to go through? Yeah, okay, well, we've raised each of the points, perhaps haven't got to full satisfaction on all of them, but broadly we've discussed everything, I think, to the extent possible. So probably need to proceed to a decision. I think, it is a slightly complicated, not that it's that big a development, but there's lots of elements to this which makes it complicated. I think the privacy has broadly been addressed. The daylight, it's always unfortunate losing daylight, but I think the case has been made by officers that just a loss of daylight isn't necessarily unacceptable, and in this case it would be minor enough that it would be acceptable. the flooding we've addressed to some extent by requiring the flood risk assessment. And
Sorry,
the
Chair.
yeah.
Are you putting that condition on before?
So yes, the flood risk assessment would be a condition.
Yeah, that's
passive. And the discrepancies in heights above sea level, I mean, we've discussed and hopefully got some clarity around that, and the building control process will hopefully get further clarity around that. Likewise, the drawings on the sewage, although obviously if that comes after the planning system, then it can't be consulted on, and residents don't have the chance to assess how they think it might impact the scheme. So that is obviously a downside. I think that summarises the main points. It's not a cut and dry case. So colleagues will no doubt have their own opinions on it.
Chairman, if I may
yeah.
just
Sorry, go ahead,
please.
please.
On the flood risk assessment, if you are minded to put that to members tonight as part of the recommendation, as it would be a prior to commencement of the development condition, we would need the applicant's agreement to it. Obviously, we know the applicant's here tonight, but we can't go back to the floor, so you would have to resolve back to us as officers, delegate the authority back to us to issue a decision once we had that agreement from the applicant that they were willing to accept the condition.
Okay,
I know it sounds a bit convoluted, but
yeah,
that's the process.
No, I know. So basically we would say, hypothetically, if we voted to grant, that would be, it wouldn't be actually granting it, it would be saying, right, we think if that's agreed, it would be acceptable. So we'd hand it back to you to come to an agreement on the flood risk assessment. If you can secure that agreement, then it wouldn't need to come back to committee, you would just grant it. If you couldn't secure that agreement, then it would need to come back to committee. Is that correct?
Not exactly. It's because the condition requires discharging prior to any work starting on site. It's legislation came in a few years ago that requires us to get confirmation from the applicant that they are agreeable to that condition. So we have to put that in writing to them. They then have 10 days to come back to us to say whether they agree with it or disagree with it. If they say that they don't agree to the condition, we might then see that it's fit to refuse the application if we felt that the condition was important enough and went to the heart of the commission that it needed to be on the consent. So it's that rather than the actual details of the flood risk assessment, which if the applicant was to accept, then we would deal with in the traditional way via a condition that officers would just deal with rather than it coming back to a committee.
Okay, so effectively we would say if you can agree that condition, then we grant the application. If you can't, then refuse the application. What happens if we agree that condition, or, we do that, the flood risk assessment comes back and there are significant issues, then it would potentially come back to committee again? Is that what you're saying?
If there are issues with the flood risk assessment and we don't think it adequately addresses the flood risk, then we would refuse the application. As with any application, including our condition applications, should residents want to view the flood risk assessment and comment on it and we receive significant concerns and objections, well then it might go through the usual process and be triggered for a committee decision anyway, so it may well come back for a committee decision.
Okay, that's good to hear, because obviously if it was just conditioned on doing it, and no matter what the results, once you do it, you still can build it, then there'd be no point in having it. But how you've described it makes sense. Right, okay. I think on that note, do colleagues sort of agree that that's a good condition to put on? Yeah, okay. So with that condition as described by Ms Hurrell, I think we need to proceed to a vote. Councillor Ali.
Yeah, with the conditions that we've managed to put on before any implementation takes place, yes, I'll be happy to vote for the plan. Yeah, in favour.
Councillor Durian.
Likewise in favour.
In favour. Councillor Evans.
In favour with condition.
Yeah. Councillor Arretti.
In favour, Chair, regardless of the condition.
Okay. And I'm in favour, yeah, with that condition as described, which is what we're voting on. So that's unanimous. Right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you all very much. And sorry to keep you so late. Okay. We now proceed to the final case, 23 to 25 Pennywern Road.
Thank you, Chairman. This is actually the penultimate case. There are two more.
Oh, there are two more.
There's one more. If you turn over the page, there's another one in there for you as well. I'll keep this presentation brief. Largely, it consists of some photographs, so you can understand the site. The application site is a hotel, which benefits from this outside sort of walled garden area. You can see there's an existing couple of sheds there. This photograph clearly shows you the whole area. I'll point out the far left-hand corner. You can see that there's some grey, rather unsightly outbuildings, sheds, storage units, whatever you want to call them, up against the white boundary wall. Under the proposals, these would be removed, and in its place, some new air conditioning equipment would be installed within an acoustic enclosure. In terms of the appearance and size, this elevational drawing there shows you looking at that white wall, the existing situation, so the part labelled 4 there, the rectangle, that's the existing grey outbuildings. And then this slide shows you the proposed enclosure. So it's a comparable height, but it is smaller in scale. In terms of its finish, it's proposed to be white metal painted in an attempt to blend it with the wall behind. We've had a noise report that shows compliance with our noise criteria, and the usual conditions are applied. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we don't have any speakers, so questions to officers. Yeah, Councillor Evans.
You're 100% satisfied on the potential noise levels?
Yes, again, the report's been thoroughly scrutinised. If you read the officer's report, it goes into quite a bit of detail as well in terms of exactly which windows and bearing in mind the hotel use. But yes, we're satisfied that the units would be fine, and we have the security of the condition as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the security of the condition is important, addresses a lot of the concerns raised by residents on this. Any other questions? Councillor Rossi?
Can we enforce a condition that the air conditions wouldn't be running overnight?
It might be a little harder with a hotel.
Oh, is that a hotel? Yeah, I guess, yeah.
We don't get many hot summer nights, but we do get one or two.
It's a tough one. No, I saw it's a hotel, but I didn't.
Would you go to a hotel without air conditioning?
Right.
Just one thing I want to check on quickly. I think it said that the noise requirement's been relaxed slightly. This is normally 10 decibels under background noise, but because there's a very low level of background noise here, that's hard to achieve. So they've been relaxed slightly, but they're still under background noise.
Yes, I believe it's 4 dB below that they've achieved. We do see this on occasion, that some parts of the borough are uncharacteristically quiet, and so occasionally we have to just flex those standards a bit. But again, that's done on rare occasions and only at the advice of the environmental health team.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, well, let's proceed to a vote. Councillor Ali?
Voting in favour.
In favour. Councillor Durian?
Against, Chair.
Against. Councillor Evans?
In favour.
In favour. Councillor Retty?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour, so it's 4-1 in favour. So we now really do proceed to our final case, 12 Ladbroke Walk.
Yes, so this is a property on the south side of Ladbroke Walk. Permission was given in 2021 for a roof terrace at first floor level, and there was a condition on this permission which required 1.7 metre high timber trellises to be installed on either side of the roof terrace. The one on the west side of the roof terrace has been installed along the boundary. That's the boundary with number 13, as you can see here. But to the east, the trellis has not been installed. The application has come in to vary the wording of the condition so that the trellis does not need to extend the whole depth of the terrace, that's 2.7 metres, but instead can only be 1.2 metres deep. So this is the drawing which shows that reduced depth of the trellis on that side, 1.2 metres deep. This is the view looking from the terrace towards number 11. You can see that the adjoining property number 11 does have some French doors which face onto the terrace area. And this photograph has been produced, which I hope you can just make out how far the trellis would extend to the 1.2 metres across here instead of the full depth of 2.7 metres. The proposed reduced depth would, while it wouldn't screen the whole side, it would prevent direct views from most of the terrace area to that adjoining property. Thank you.
Well, no speakers, so colleagues, any questions? So yeah, I suppose the issue is that there would still be overlooking from part of the terrace, though there wouldn't be so much from, not from all the terrace, but I'd know a section of the terrace. Do we have any idea sort of what percentage of the terrace you'd still be able to see? Is it just, would you sort of have to be right up in the corner, or what are the angles of sight on the overlooking that French window?
This photograph probably best illustrates that. So from the front of the terrace where you can see the roof light, if that obviously wouldn't be screened, but if you imagine a person standing on there, obviously they would have to be looking, standing facing that way and looking across to be able to see into those French doors. It wouldn't be a direct view, it would be an indirect view.
Are there any views of those French doors currently from side windows or anything like that?
Certainly there would be some oblique views from the upper windows of the house, but not direct views.
So it is introducing a new view, albeit in a small part of the balcony, or terrace, which perhaps wouldn't get used that much. Is that what?
Yes, I mean, I think you have to also bear in mind that there is some distance. It's not immediately on the boundary. It is set away from the boundary. This drawing shows the distance from the boundary. And it's also, obviously, you can see that roof light there, which gives a better indication of the proportion of the terrace that would be screened.
But if the application was to remove the trellis completely, would we say actually that would be unacceptable overlooking?
Yes, I think we would. I think we would refuse it if that was the application.
Yeah, colleagues, any other questions? Yeah, so to my mind, it's not an obvious one because as we heard, the trellis wasn't there at all. It would be an unacceptable amount of overlooking. Initially, on the previous application, we said the trellis had to go the whole way to completely prevent it, and now it's sort of a halfway house. From most of the terrace, you wouldn't see it, but is a part of the terrace you would still see it. So, is that acceptable or not? It's hard to say. I think you could come down on either side. So, but it's quite simple, so we might as well just proceed to a vote. Councillor Ali.
Yeah, I'll take the advice of the officers to give permission, so I'll vote in favour.
Councillor Durian.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Evans.
In favour.
Councillor Rossi.
In favour, Chair.
And I'll vote in favour as well. So unanimously passed, and that brings tonight's proceedings to a conclusion. Thank you, everyone, for a very long evening. But we got there, and I think we gave every case due care and attention.